Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The midnight haze settled over Gotham like a velvet blanket, obscuring the jagged skyline in a soft blue glow that belied the city's harsh edges. From his vantage point atop the old Gotham National Bank, Batman watched as the city's rhythm played out below him. Cars moving in predictable patterns, pedestrians hurrying toward warmth and safety, the distant wail of sirens forming the eternal soundtrack of his beloved troubled city. Tonight, however, something in that rhythm felt subtly wrong, like a metronome set just a fraction too fast. 30 seconds, Oracle's voice came through his cowl, calm and precise. The pattern suggests they'll hit the east entrance. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath his cowl as he surveyed the Gotham Diamond Exchange. From the outside, nothing appeared amiss. Security guards patrolled on schedule, cameras pivoted at regular intervals, even the traffic signals on the surrounding blocks changed with predictable precision. Yet Oracle's analysis of recent heists had revealed patterns too consistent to be coincident. GCPD dispatcher just issued the nightly all-clear for the financial district, Oracle continued. Same as the last 3 robberies, all executed during the 14-minute window after the standard patrol check-in. As if summoned by her words, a delivery truck rounded the corner, moving at exactly the speed limit, no faster, no slower. It parked with precision at the loading dock, a timing that would place it perfectly between security camera sweeps. No screeching tires, no hurried movements, just clockwork efficiency. Batman had seen enough. "They're here," he confirmed, already launching himself from his perch in a controlled glide toward the exchange. The timing was impeccable, too perfect to be anything but meticulously planned. Someone had synchronized this operation down to the second. 3 figures emerged from the truck, moving with practiced coordination, not rushed, not hesitant, but with the smooth assurance of those following a precise schedule. Batman landed silently on the loading dock just as they breached the service entrance. One of the figures glanced at a gold pocket watch before turning to address their companions. 14 minutes and 22 seconds, a crisp, measured voice announced. Maintain the timeline. Batman recognized that voice, though he hadn't heard it in years. Temple Fugate, the Clock King. A man whose obsession with time had transformed him from a mild-mannered efficiency expert into one of Gotham's most methodical criminals. Unlike the theatrical chaos of Joker or the evolutionary experiments of Poison Ivy, Clock King's crimes were exercises in precision, each movement calculated, each second accounted for. Batman moved through the shadows, tracking the intruders as they navigated the exchange's security systems with disturbing ease. Their movements suggested intimate knowledge of the guard rotations, camera positions, even the timing of the automated locks. What troubled Batman most wasn't their efficiency, but the complete absence of urgency. They moved like performers in a well-rehearsed ballet, each step precisely timed and executed. 7 minutes until the automated system reset. One of Clock King's associates noted, voice barely above a whisper. Proceed to the secondary vault, Clock King replied, consulting his watch again. 68 seconds for the thermite to breach the outer door, not a moment more. Batman's tactical display confirmed what he was witnessing. This wasn't just a robbery, it was a performance piece, orchestrated to unfold within specific time parameters. The question wasn't whether they could complete the heist. Clock King's planning made that a near certainty. But why this location? Why now? And how it connected to the previous thefts? I need more time, Batman sub-vocalized to Oracle. There's a pattern here, beyond the obvious. Working on it, she replied, Alfred's cross-referencing with the historical archives. The previous targets weren't just valuable, they had significance to Gotham's development. The museum robbery occurred exactly 100 years after the building was commissioned. The financial center hit happened precisely 50 years after the stock market crash that reshaped Gotham's economy. Clock King's team had reached the secondary vault, their movements still unnervingly calm. One associate placed shaped thermite charges with surgical precision, while another monitored the surrounding security systems. Clock King himself stood slightly apart, gold watch in hand, his attention divided between the timepiece and a small tablet displaying what appeared to be multiple countdown timers. 3 minutes remaining in optimal window, he announced. Proceed according to schedule. Batman knew he couldn't simply rush in. Clock King's plans invariably included contingencies, and a direct confrontation might trigger something worse. Instead, he needed to understand the purpose behind this precision, to see the pattern that connected these crimes beyond their meticulous execution. The thermite charges ignited silently, cutting through the vault's outer door exactly as predicted. The precision was admirable, even to Batman's tactical mind. A reminder that Clock King's obsession with timing made him dangerous in ways more flamboyant villains could never achieve. There was no wasted movement, no theatrical flourish, just pure efficiency in service of criminal intent. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice replaced Oracle's in his cowl. I believe I've found something relevant. The Diamond Exchange building was completed exactly 75 years ago today. More specifically, the ceremonial opening occurred at precisely 10:47 p.m., which is 4 minutes from now. Batman finished, the pattern suddenly clear. Clock King wasn't just timing his heists for maximum efficiency. He was synchronizing them with historical moments in Gotham's development. Each robbery marked an anniversary, a temporal echo reverberating through the city's timeline. The vault door swung open with barely a sound, revealing rows of safety deposit boxes containing some of Gotham's most valuable gemstones. Clock King's associates moved inside with practiced efficiency, targeting specific boxes rather than grabbing indiscriminately. This wasn't a smash and grab. It was a carefully curated collection. Begin the extraction sequence, Clock King instructed, eyes never leaving his watch. We have exactly 112 seconds before the next automated security sweep. Batman had seen enough. Whatever historical significance drove these heists, they remained crimes, and Clock King's team had just run out of time. He discharged a smoke pellet into the vault, disrupting their visibility without affecting their breathing. In the momentary confusion, he dropped from his concealed position in the ceiling ductwork, landing between the thieves and their exit. You're late, Clock King observed without looking up from his watch, seemingly unfazed by Batman's arrival. I calculated your intervention for precisely 17 seconds ago. Most disappointing. The timing of your surrender is all that matters now, Fugate, Batman replied, his voice low and measured. Your pattern is exposed. The historical anniversaries, the precision timing, it's clever, but it ends tonight. For the first time, something like emotion flickered across Clock King's otherwise composed features. Not fear, but a certain professional disappointment. You've identified one pattern, Batman, but missed the more significant one. Tonight's acquisition is merely part of a larger sequence, a countdown, if you will. The two associates moved with sudden coordination, dropping smoke bombs of their own, not to conceal their movements, but to trigger the vault's fire suppression system. The sprinklers activated on schedule, creating momentary chaos as Batman adjusted his cowl's visual filters. Events in sequence create momentum, Clock King continued, backing toward the exit with practiced steps. Like the gears in a watch, each turning precisely, driving the next in an inevitable progression. You've interrupted one gear, but the mechanism continued. Batman moved to intercept, but found his path blocked by a precisely timed security gate, triggered not by Clock King's team, but by the exchange's own automated protocols responding to the sprinkler activation. By the time he bypassed it, Clock King and his associates had retreated to their predetermined extraction route. Oracle, they're heading for the service corridor, Batman reported, moving swiftly through the building. Track their vehicle's approach vector. Already on it, she replied. But something's odd. Traffic patterns around the exchange are shifting. Traffic lights are cycling faster than normal, creating a perfect extraction corridor. Someone's manipulating the city's infrastructure. Batman emerged from the exchange just in time to see Clock King's team entering their vehicle, still moving with that same unhurried precision, as though the entire pursuit was simply another variable in their calculated timeline. As the vehicle pulled away, the traffic signals ahead turned green in sequence, creating an unimpeded path through Gotham's normally congested streets. He's hacked into the traffic management system, Batman realized, already firing his grapnel to pursue from above. This wasn't just about the diamonds, it was a test run for manipulating Gotham's infrastructure. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice returned, concern evident despite his measured tone. I believe I understand the significance of these thefts now. Each target corresponds to a critical juncture in Gotham's development, moments when the city's path was determined by technological innovation. The museum housed the original plans for Gotham's subway system. The financial center contained the servers that first connected Gotham to global banking networks. And the Diamond Exchange, Batman asked, swinging between buildings to keep pace with the escaping vehicle as it glided through mysteriously accommodating traffic patterns. The basement vault contains the original architectural models for Gotham's first automated traffic system, Alfred explained, the precursor to our modern smart city infrastructure. If that was indeed Clock Kinger's target, then the diamonds were just a bonus, Batman concluded grimly. He wanted the blueprints, not for their historical value, but for their technical specifications. Below, Clock King's vehicle continued its smooth progress through the city, traffic signals changing in perfect sequence to speed its passage while creating gridlock in intersecting streets to block pursuit. It wasn't just efficient, it was elegant. A demonstration of how thoroughly Gotham's systems could be manipulated by someone who understood their underlying patterns and timing. I can't let them reach the highway, Batman decided. Oracle, I need a predictive model of their route based on current traffic manipulations. Already calculating, she replied. But you should know, these traffic pattern changes aren't just affecting their escape route. The entire downtown grid is experiencing cascading disruptions. Emergency services are reporting delays of up to 7 minutes in response times. That was Clock King's true danger. Not the dramatic flair of Gotham's more theatrical villains, but the ripple effects his precision could create throughout interconnected systems. A 7-minute delay might mean life or death in an emergency. Even a successful diamond heist paled in comparison to the potential harm of manipulated infrastructure. Batman adjusted his trajectory, swinging lower to gain speed as he followed the vehicle's path. The Batmobile would be faster, but in these manipulated traffic conditions, aerial pursuit remained his best option. As he closed the distance, he could see Clock King in the passenger seat, still consulting both his watch and the tablet, not looking backward in fear, but forward with calculation. "I need an intercept point," Batman requested, scanning the route ahead. "Somewhere I can get ahead of their timeline." "Wayne Tower intersection in approximately 40 seconds, Oracle suggested. "Based on current traffic patterns, they'll need to slow slightly to navigate around ongoing construction." Batman altered his course, using momentum and a precisely aimed grapnel to swing toward the indicated intersection. The timing would be tight, but then, wasn't that appropriate when dealing with Clock King? As he approached, he could see the construction barriers, creating a slight bottleneck in the otherwise smooth flow of traffic. 10 seconds, Oracle counted down in his ear. 7, 4. The vehicle appeared, moving smoothly but indeed slowing fractionally to navigate the narrowed lane. Batman released his grapnel line, dropping directly onto the vehicle's roof, with enough controlled force to dent but not breach the metal. Inside, he could see Clock King's calm expression finally register surprise, not at Batman's presence, but at the deviation from his calculated timeline. "You're 3.4 seconds early," Clock King's voice came through the roof, somehow both irritated and impressed. "Fascinating." "Your schedule's been cancelled," Batman replied, already working to disable the vehicle's electrical systems through its roof access panel. The car began to slow as his interference disrupted its engine management systems. "On contingency among many," Clock King responded with that same unnerving calm. "The sequence continues regardless." The vehicle came to a stop at the edge of the construction zone, but Batman's tactical display suddenly flashed warning indicators. The traffic signals around them were changing rapidly, creating a domino effect of congestion that would soon block all movement in a 6-block radius. "Oracle, what's happening?" Batman demanded, even as he moved to secure the vehicle's occupants. "It's not just this area," she replied, her voice tense with focus. "The entire downtown grid is experiencing a synchronized signal failure. Emergency services are completely locked out of central arteries. This is bigger than an escape plan. It's a city-wide disruption." As Batman forced open the driver's door, he found only 2 occupants, one associate and Clock King himself, the latter still consulting his watch with apparent satisfaction. The third team member was conspicuously absent. "Where's your other associate?" Batman demanded, securing the driver with swift efficiency. Clock King's smile was small but genuine, the expression of a chess player whose opponent had finally noticed an advancement on the Queen's side, while missing the real threat elsewhere. Precisely where he needs to be, when he needs to be there. The diamonds were merely gear teeth in a larger mechanism, Batman. The true clockwork is Gotham itself. Batman secured Clock King, confiscating both his pocket watch and tablet. The traffic display on the tablet showed not just their immediate area, but the entire downtown grid, a sprawling network of intersections represented by blinking lights, many now flashing red to indicate gridlock. "Oracle, I need a full system analysis of Gotham's traffic infrastructure," Batman instructed, already examining the tablet's interface. Clock King's operation wasn't just about this heist. It was a synchronized attack on the city's movement patterns. On it, she acknowledged. But these disruptions don't follow any standard hacking protocol. It's almost like they were built into the system from the beginning, Alfred finished. The historical blueprints from each location, they weren't just targets of opportunity. They contained the original access protocols for Gotham's foundational systems. Batman turned his attention back to Clock King, who maintained that maddening expression of pleased anticipation despite his capture. What's the end game, Fugate? These traffic disruptions are too widespread to be just about your escape. Time is the ultimate architecture, Batman, Clock King replied, his voice taking on a professor's patient tone. Gotham was built in layers, each new system built upon the foundations of the old. Few remember that the modern traffic grid still contains elements of its original design. Backdoor protocols and emergency overrides that were never removed, merely buried beneath newer code. He's right, Oracle confirmed in Batman's ear. I'm finding original programming elements in the traffic management system dating back decades. Dormant protocols that have been systematically activated over the past hour. The historical anniversaries weren't just symbolic, Batman realized. They marked the exact systems you needed to access the Museum for Transit Planning, the Financial Center for Networked Communications, and the Diamond Exchange for the original traffic modeling algorithms. Clock King finished with evident satisfaction. 3 points create a pattern, Batman. 3 historical systems activated in sequence, culminating in tonight's demonstration. Demonstration, Batman repeated, the implications suddenly clear. This isn't just a heist, it's a proof of concept. Clock King's smile widened fractionally. Precisely. Gotham's wealthy have always valued punctuality and efficiency. Imagine what they might pay for guaranteed movement through an increasingly congested city. Private transit lanes, optimized signal patterns, the ability to navigate Gotham without delay, while the commoners sit in gridlock. It was elegant in its simplicity, not a plot for destruction or chaos, but for profit, through controlled manipulation of the city's basic functions. By demonstrating his ability to control traffic patterns, Clock Kinger was creating both the problem and the solution he intended to sell. Master Bruce, Alfred interjected, if Clock King has indeed activated these historical protocols, they would likely be managed from a central location, somewhere with direct access to the original infrastructure. Batman's mind raced through possibilities, analyzing the pattern of affected intersections displayed on the tablet. The disruptions weren't random. They formed a specific shape across Gotham's grid with a clear epicenter. The clock tower, he determined, identifying the historic building near Gotham's central business district. The city's first automated traffic system was controlled from there before the modern management center was built. If these are historical protocols being activated, the original control systems might still be accessible from that location, Oracle completed. I'm checking city records now, yes. The building still houses telecommunications equipment in its maintenance levels. It was never fully decommissioned when the new systems came online. Batman secured Clock King and his associate for GCPD pickup, but his focus had already shifted to the wider threat. The scattered diamonds in the vehicle seemed almost trivial now compared to the cascading infrastructure disruptions spreading through Gotham's streets. I'm heading to the clock tower, he informed Alfred and Oracle. If the third associate is there, they'll be using the original control systems to maintain these disruptions. You have 23 minutes, Clock King called after him, his voice carrying that same unnerving calm despite his capture. After that, the synchronization becomes self-sustaining, a perfect perpetual motion machine of gridlock and calculated movement. Batman fired his grapnel toward the nearest building, launching himself back into Gotham's skyline. Below, the effects of Clock King's scheme were becoming visible even from above. Intersections locked in gridlock, emergency vehicles trapped between immobile traffic, patterns of movement disrupted in ways that cascaded outward like ripples in a pond. Oracle, alert emergency services to use alternate routes, Batman instructed as he swung between buildings, and have Lucius standing by. We may need his expertise on Gotham's infrastructure systems. Already on it, she confirmed. But Batman, these disruptions are accelerating. Whatever Clock King's associate is doing at the clock tower, it's having exponential effects on the grid. The clock tower rose ahead of him, its illuminated face showing the correct time despite the chaos unfolding below. Batman found a certain irony in that. The historic timepiece maintaining its steady count while Clock King's scheme disrupted the city's modern rhythms. As he landed on the building's ornate facade, his cowl's enhanced vision detected subtle movement behind the maintenance access door near the clock mechanism itself. "I've got movement inside," he reported, already working to bypass the door's security. "Likely our missing associate." "Be careful, Master Bruce," Alfred cautioned. "These older systems may be crude by modern standards, but they're integrated into Gotham's infrastructure at a fundamental level. Any disruption could have unintended consequences." Batman slipped through the access door, entering the narrow maintenance space behind the clock's massive face. The gears and mechanisms of the historic timepiece filled much of the chamber, their steady mechanical movement creating a rhythmic backdrop of clicks and whirs. Beyond them, a soft blue glow emanated from what had once been the control room for Gotham's first automated traffic system. Moving silently between the clock's components, Batman approached the control room. Inside, Clock King's associate worked at what appeared to be an anachronistic hybrid of technologies. Ancient control panels retrofitted with modern interfaces, original mechanical switches connected to digital displays. On the central monitor, a map of Gotham's streets showed spreading patterns of disruption, sections turning from green to yellow to red as gridlock expanded throughout the city. The associate didn't notice Batman's approach, too focused on the cascading patterns unfolding on the screens. Their fingers moved across both mechanical switches and digital keyboards with practiced precision, adjusting parameters that seemed to accelerate the spreading disruptions. "It's over," Batman announced, stepping into the control room. "Clock King is in custody. Shut the system down." The associate spun in surprise, reaching instinctively for what appeared to be a fail-safe switch. Batman's batarang struck with precision, disabling the switch without damaging the surrounding controls. "You're too late," the associate insisted, gesturing toward the central display. "The pattern is established. The algorithms are self-perpetuating now. In exactly 19 minutes, Gotham's traffic grid will reach total synchronization failure. After that, only the master protocol can restore normal function." Batman approached the control panel, analyzing the hybrid system with quick efficiency. "Where's the master protocol?" The associate's smile mimicked Clock King's maddeningly calm confidence. "In the one place you won't access in time. Locked in an encrypted file that requires physical keys from all 3 historical locations: the museum, the financial center, and the diamond exchange. Clock King holds one, I hold another, and the third is with your captured colleague," Batman finished, already connecting to Oracle. "I need a direct interface with this system. There has to be a bypass." "Working on it," she replied. "But Batman, these aren't modern security protocols. They're mechanical encryption methods from decades ago, translated into digital form. Brute forcing them could cause further disruptions." Batman turned his attention to Clock King's associate, securing them while continuing to analyze the control systems. The central display showed the countdown, 17 minutes until complete synchronization failure. If the associate was telling the truth, Gotham would face transportation chaos unlike anything in its history. Lucius, Batman activated another channel. I need your expertise on Gotham's original traffic systems. The clock tower control room has been reactivated and is causing citywide disruptions. The clock tower systems? Lucius Fox's voice held surprise. Those haven't been operational in decades. They were supposed to be decommissioned when the new traffic management center came online. Supposed to be, Batman confirmed grimly. But Clock King found the original protocols and reactivated them. They're causing cascading failures throughout the modern network. Clever, Lucius acknowledged. The old systems were designed as a master override, a failsafe in case the newer technologies malfunctioned. If he's activated those protocols, they'll take precedence over modern controls. Batman examined the hybrid interface, recognizing components from multiple eras of Gotham's development. Mechanical switches from the original installation, electronic components added during upgrades in subsequent decades, and modern digital interfaces grafted onto systems never designed to accommodate them. There has to be an original override, Batman reasoned. Something built into the system before all these additions. There was, Lucius confirmed, a master reset protocol, designed for emergency use if the automated systems failed, but accessing it would require the original control key, a physical device that should have been preserved in the city archives. Let me guess, Batman replied, already anticipating the answer. It would have been stored at one of the 3 locations Clock King targeted. The Diamond Exchange, Lucian confirmed. Along with the original architectural models, there should have been a master control key, a mechanical device that plugged directly into the primary control panel. Batman turned his attention back to the control panel, scanning for anything resembling the interface Lucius described. Among the modernized components, certain elements remained unchanged, including a peculiar brass fitting near the central controls that appeared designed to accept a mechanical key. I think I've found the interface, Batman reported, but without the original key, you'll need to fabricate a replacement, Lucius finished. I can transmit the specifications to the Batcave, but machining a compatible key would take hours. We don't have. Batman's gaze fell upon Clock King's captured associate, and more specifically, the antique pocket watch visible in their vest pocket. Similar to Clock King's own timepiece, but with subtle differences in the casing. The watches, Batman realized, retrieving the item. They're not just for keeping time. Examining the watch more closely, Batman noted unusual mechanical elements in its construction, gears and fittings that served no purpose in timekeeping. The watch case itself was heavier than it should be, with a seam running along its edge that didn't correspond to normal pocket watch design. Oracle, contact GCPD. I need them to secure Clock King's watch and transmit detailed images immediately, Batman instructed, already working to disassemble the associate's timepiece. On it, she acknowledged. But Batman, we're down to 14 minutes before system synchronization. The pocket watch came apart in Batman's hands, revealing its dual nature, both functioning timepiece and mechanical key. The brass components inside matched the interface on the control panel, though only partially. Combined with Clock King's own watch, they might form the complete key. Lucius, I need you to compare these components with the original key specifications, Batman requested, transmitting images through his cowl. Clock King divided the master key into components disguised as pocket watches. Ingenious, Lucius remarked, already analyzing the data. Yes, these appear to be modified versions of the original control key mechanism. The two watches together would likely form a functional key, though potentially still incomplete without the third component. Batman turned his attention back to the countdown display. 12 minutes remaining until Gotham's traffic systems reached critical failure. Emergency services were already reporting life-threatening delays, and the cascading gridlock had begun affecting power distribution as utility vehicles couldn't reach necessary substations. We don't have time to wait for the GCPD to retrieve Clock King's watch, Batman decided. I need an alternative override. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice returned with sudden urgency. I believe there may be another approach. The historical records indicate that Gotham's original traffic system was designed with a mechanical timing circuit, essentially a clock that regulated signal changes. If Clock King has reactivated the original protocol, then the clock tower itself might be part of the control system. Batman finished, his gaze shifting to the massive clock mechanism visible through the control room doorway. Not just symbolically, but functionally. Precisely, Alfred confirmed. The tower's clock was integrated into the original traffic management system. Its timing circuits regulated the baseline patterns for the entire grid. Batman moved swiftly back into the clock mechanism room, examining the massive gears and counterweights that had kept Gotham time for over a century. His enhanced vision identified connections between the clock's components and the control systems in the adjacent room, subtle interfaces that had been preserved through decades of renovations and upgrades. If the clock mechanism is still connected to the control systems, Batman reasoned, then adjusting its timing might disrupt Clock King's algorithm. A temporary disruption at best, Lucius cautioned. His systems are designed to adapt to changing conditions. You'd need to create a significant desynchronization to break the pattern. Batman analyzed the clock's regulatory components, identifying the elements that maintained its precise timing. The pendulum swung with hypnotic regularity, each movement triggering intricate interactions throughout the mechanism. Altering that fundamental rhythm would cascade through the entire system. I need to adjust the clock's timing without stopping it completely, Batman determined. A controlled disruption rather than a failure. Working with careful precision, he accessed the pendulum's regulation system, making subtle adjustments to its periodicity. The massive, minute hand above continued its steady progress, but the underlying rhythm began to shift, subtle at first, then more noticeably as the changes propagated through the system. On the control room displays, the traffic pattern projections began to fluctuate, the certainty of their predictions becoming less absolute as their timing reference shifted. The countdown continued, but the patterns of gridlock displayed on the central monitor began showing unexpected variations. It's working, Oracle reported. The traffic disruptions are becoming less predictable. Emergency services are finding routes opening unexpectedly. Not enough, Batman responded, noting that the countdown still progressed. The system is adapting just as Lucius predicted. We need something more significant. His gaze fell upon the clock's striking mechanism, the complex array of gears and hammers that produced the clock tower's famous hourly chimes. Unlike the timekeeping components, the striking mechanism operated on a separate sequence, activated only at specific intervals. The striking mechanism, Batman realized, if it's activated out of sequence, it would create a major disruption in the system's timing protocols, Lucius completed. But triggering it manually could damage the historic mechanism. Better the mechanism than lives lost in gridlocked emergency situations, Batman decided. already accessing the striking controls. The challenge was triggering the striking mechanism without simply forcing it mechanically, a brute approach that might cause permanent damage to the historic timepiece. Instead, Batman located the mechanism's engagement system, the components that would normally activate it at the top of each hour. With careful manipulation, he altered the engagement timing, not forcing the mechanism to strike, but convincing it that the hour had arrived. The massive gears began to turn in their hourly sequence, preparing to drive the hammers that would strike the clock tower's bells. 8 minutes to critical synchronization, Oracle updated. Whatever you're doing, it needs to happen soon. Get ready for some noise, Batman warned, completing his adjustments to the striking mechanism. The first deep tone of the clock tower's bell resonated through the structure, its vibrations physically palpable within the mechanism room, a sound designed to be heard across Gotham, now concentrated in the confined space of the tower itself. The control room displays flickered as the unexpected signal propagated through systems designed to calibrate themselves to the tower's timekeeping. The pattern is breaking down, Oracle reported as the second strike sounded. Traffic signals are returning to local control across multiple sectors. Batman watched as the countdown timer on the main display began to fluctuate, losing its steady progression as the bell strikes continued. The system had been designed to use the clock tower's regular timekeeping as a synchronization standard. The unexpected striking sequence was introducing chaotic elements into what had been Clock King's perfectly orchestrated pattern. By the 7th bell strike, the displays showed widespread disruption to Clock King's algorithms. Emergency vehicles began reporting clear routes through previously gridlocked areas, and the cascading failure patterns displayed on the monitors showed signs of dissipation rather than expansion. Critical synchronization averted, Oracle confirmed as the final bell tone faded. Traffic systems are reverting to standard protocols across most of the grid. Batman returned to the control room, where the displays now showed stabilizing patterns across Gotham's transportation network. The countdown had frozen, then disappeared altogether, as Clock King's carefully calculated disruption dissolved into normal traffic management. Clever improvisation, Clock King's associate admitted begrudgingly. Using the tower's own voice against our timing, the master would be impressed if not pleased. Gotham survived long before Clock King's perfect timing, Batman replied, securing the associate for GCPD pickup. And it will continue to adapt long after your synchronized schemes are forgotten. As emergency services reported resuming normal operations and gridlocked intersections began to clear, Batman transmitted the relevant data to Oracle and Alfred. The hybrid control systems would need to be properly decommissioned, this time ensuring no historical backdoors remained accessible. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried that familiar mix of relief and concern. Might I suggest you return to the cave for some rest? The night has been rather precisely scheduled until now. Batman surveyed the clock tower's mechanism room one last time, watching as the massive gears resumed their normal rhythm after the disruption of the unscheduled striking sequence. There was something almost poetic about it, a reminder that even the most carefully ordered systems sometimes require disorder to prevent stagnation. On my way, Alfred, he acknowledged, moving toward the maintenance exit. Below, Gotham's streets were gradually returning to their normal patterns, imperfect, sometimes chaotic, but functioning according to the genuine needs of the city rather than someone's imposed order. As Batman fired his grapnel and swung from the clock tower, the first hints of dawn were beginning to lighten the eastern sky. Another night in Gotham, one whose events would soon be measured not in Clock King's precise minutes and seconds, but in lives saved by emergency services no longer trapped in artificial gridlock. In the Batcave, hours later, Bruce Wayne studied the components extracted from the pocket watches, marvels of miniaturized engineering that had nearly brought Gotham to a standstill. Alfred approached with a cup of tea, setting it nearby with characteristic precision. "Fascinating devices," Alfred commented, examining the disassembled timepieces. "To think such small mechanisms could control systems affecting millions." "That's always been Clock King's true danger," Bruce replied, carefully reassembling one of the watches. "Not violence or destruction, but the subtle manipulation of systems most people never notice until they fail." Alfred nodded thoughtfully. "Rather like time itself, I suppose. Invisible when functioning properly, all-consuming when disrupted." Bruce's attention shifted to the bank of monitors, displaying Gotham's now normalized traffic patterns. The city had resumed its natural rhythm, imperfect, occasionally congested, but adaptable in ways Clock King's rigid algorithms could never fully anticipate. "Lucius is working with city planners to properly decommission the original systems," Bruce noted, "this time ensuring no historical backdoors remain." "A wise precaution," Alfred agreed, "though I must admit, there's something rather poignant about disconnecting these original systems. They've silently served Gotham for generations, even as the city built newer technologies atop them." Bruce understood Alfred's sentiment. The clock tower itself represented that same continuity, a timepiece that had measured Gotham's progress through both prosperity and hardship, its steady rhythm continuing regardless of the city's changing fortunes. "Some systems are worth preserving," Bruce acknowledged, "but not as vulnerabilities to be exploited." As dawn fully illuminated the cave's entrance, Bruce finally allowed himself to feel the fatigue of the night's efforts. Clock King would be securely contained at Arkham, his associates in GCPD custody, the historical artifacts recovered and returned to proper storage. Gotham would continue its imperfect flow, its streets once again governed by the natural patterns of human movement rather than artificial precision. "Might I suggest some rest, Master Bruce?" Alfred prompted gently. "Even the most precisely calibrated mechanisms require downtime for maintenance." Bruce smiled slightly at the clock-based metaphor, knowing Alfred had chosen it deliberately. "Good advice," he agreed, setting aside the reassembled timepiece. "Wake me if anything requires attention." "Of course, sir," Alfred replied with that perfectly measured tone that somehow conveyed both formality and fondness. "Though I suspect Gotham can manage its own timing for a few hours without intervention." As Bruce climbed the stairs toward the manor, he found himself listening to the subtle sounds that measured time in the cave. Water droplets falling with irregular periodicity, the gentle hum of computer systems, the distant movements of bats returning from their night's activities. Not the perfect mechanical precision of Clock King's orchestrated routines, but a natural rhythm with its own kind of harmony. Time would continue its steady progression, measured by the clock tower above and countless personal timepieces throughout Gotham. But for now, at least, that measurement would serve the city's needs rather than control them. Each second bringing new possibilities rather than predetermined outcomes. In a city defined by its ability to rebuild, to adapt, to survive despite every challenge thrown at it, there was something appropriate about victory coming through the disruption of too perfect order. The following evening, Bruce returned to the Batcave rested and focused. Alfred had prepared a detailed analysis of the recovered components from Clock King's operation, correlating them with historical records of Gotham's infrastructure development. Quite remarkable engineering, if one can appreciate it objectively, Alfred noted as Bruce examined the displays. Clock King seems to have mapped the entire evolutionary history of Gotham's municipal systems, identifying precisely where older protocols remain embedded in newer technologies. A lifetime of obsession, Bruce acknowledged, studying the intricate connections Clock King had discovered between seemingly unrelated systems. He didn't just see Gotham's infrastructure as it is now, he saw the layers of development, the historical echoes, still influencing modern operations. Alfred gestured toward one particular diagram, a timeline showing the consecutive development of Gotham's traffic management systems across decades. Rather like archaeological strata, sir, each generation building upon the foundations laid by their predecessors, often without fully understanding what came before. Bruce nodded thoughtfully, and like archaeology, Clock King found ways to use those historical fragments to understand the present and potentially control the future. The main computer chimed softly, indicating an incoming communication from Oracle. Her voice filled the cave a moment later. Thought you might want to know. GCPD just finished processing the evidence from the Diamond Exchange. The specific items Clock King targeted weren't just the architectural models themselves, but the annotations made by their creator. Handwritten notes that wouldn't have been digitized, Bruce surmised. Details that wouldn't appear in official records. Exactly, Oracle confirmed. Personal insights from the original engineer about how the systems were designed to interact. Shortcuts and workarounds that never made it into the official documentation. Bruce moved to the workbench where the disassembled pocket watches lay in careful arrangement. Each component had been meticulously crafted not just for timekeeping, but for its secondary function as part of a distributed access key. The craftsmanship reflected Clock King's fundamental nature. Patient, precise, willing to invest months or even years in creating tools perfectly suited to their purpose. Clock King once told me that time is the ultimate architecture, Bruce recalled. I thought he was being poetic, but he meant it literally. He sees the flow of time as something that can be mapped, manipulated, even controlled through proper understanding of its structure. A concerning perspective from someone with his capabilities, Alfred observed, particularly given how thoroughly he mapped Gotham's timing-dependent systems. Bruce's attention shifted to another monitor displaying Clock King's secured accommodations at Arkham Asylum. Unlike many inmates who raged against their confinement, Temple Fugate sat in perfect stillness on the edge of his cot, eyes closed, hands resting precisely on his knees. Even without his pocket watch, he appeared to be counting seconds with unwavering accuracy, a human metronome whose internal rhythm continued regardless of external circumstances. He's already planning his next synchronization, Bruce noted. Even in confinement, his mind continues mapping temporal patterns. Then perhaps our focus should be on ensuring he has fewer historical systems to exploit, Oracle suggested. Lucius has been working with city engineers to identify other potential vulnerabilities, places where older protocols might still offer backdoor access to modern infrastructure. Bruce nodded approval. Clock King showed us a blind spot in how we view technological evolution. We focus so much on adding new systems that we rarely fully decommission the old ones. A valuable lesson, if rather dramatically delivered, Alfred commented dryly. Though I suspect the morning commuters caught in yesterday's gridlock might have preferred a less instructive approach. The conversation was interrupted by an alert from the Bat computer. A notification from GCPD dispatch reporting suspicious activity near the Gotham Municipal Archives. Bruce moved immediately to the computer, bringing up security camera feeds from the area. Clock King's associates? Alfred inquired, noting Bruce's sudden focus. No, Bruce replied, studying the footage. Different methodology entirely. This looks like... He paused, recognizing a familiar pattern in how the perpetrators were approaching the building. Riddler's people. Completely different timing signature. More theatrical, less precise. From precise timepieces to puzzling riddles, Alfred remarked with subtle humor. Never a dull moment in Gotham's criminal ecosystem. Bruce was already moving toward the Batsuit, his mind shifting from the completed case to the emerging one. Clock King sought control through historical patterns. Riddler's after something else entirely. And you'll determine exactly what, I have no doubt, Alfred responded with quiet confidence, though perhaps with slightly less historical research and slightly more riddle solving. As Batman prepared to head out into Gotham once more, he carried with him the lessons learned from confronting Clock King's temporal manipulation. The city's strength lay not in perfectly synchronized systems or meticulously timed operations, but in its adaptability, its capacity to find new patterns when old ones failed, to create harmony from seeming chaos. The clock tower's bells would continue marking Gotham's hours as they had for generations, their steady rhythm a reminder that time itself remained beyond anyone's complete control. The best one could do, even someone as obsessively precise as Clock King, was to move with its flow, rather than trying to impose artificial patterns upon its passage. Batman launched himself into the night, leaving behind the disassembled timepieces that had nearly brought Gotham to a standstill. Below, the city's streets pulsed with their usual imperfect rhythm, vehicles flowing through intersections, governed by algorithms designed to accommodate human unpredictability, rather than enforce rigid precision. It was, Batman reflected as he swung between buildings, what made Gotham both challenging and worth protecting. Not its order, but its complex, sometimes chaotic humanity. A quality that no amount of synchronized timing could ever fully predict or control. As Batman disappeared into the night skyline, the rhythms of Gotham continued their eternal dance. The clock tower's bells resumed their regular cadence, marking time as they had for generations. Clock King's attempt to impose perfect order had been thwarted, leaving the city to flow according to its own natural patterns once again. But Gotham's respite would be brief. Even as one threat receded into Arkham's secured halls, another was emerging from the shadows of the city's artistic district. While Batman had been focused on deciphering historical patterns and mechanical precision, a different kind of obsession had been taking form. One concerned not with the mathematical precision of time, but with the chaotic impressions of the mind. Stories in Gotham often overlapped this way. One villain's scheme barely contained before another's vision began to unfold. Such was the nature of the city Batman had sworn to protect, its dangers as diverse as they were persistent. In a small, dimly lit apartment overlooking the old art museum, a man with wild eyes and an even wilder imagination carefully arranged a collection of colorful teacups along a shelf. His fingers trembled with anticipation as he placed the final cup, a chipped antique with faded roses painted along its rim. Jervis Tetch, the Mad Hatter, stepped back to admire his display, tilting his oversized hat at a jaunty angle. "Perfect, perfect," he whispered, his voice rising and falling in sing-song cadence. "Every cup tells a story. Every color speaks a truth." His gaze drifted to the easel standing in the corner, where a canvas awaited the first strokes of what would become his masterpiece. "And what tales we shall tell," he continued, addressing the silent teacups as though they were eager listeners. "A wonderland of perception, a looking glass into the mind's eye." His fingers traced the rim of the largest teacup, its deep crimson interior still damp with something darker than tea. Unlike Clock King's methodical schemes built on historical patterns and precise timing, the Mad Hatter's vision emerged from imagination untethered from reality, a dangerous fusion of literary obsession and pharmaceutical innovation, where one villain sought to control Gotham through mathematical precision, another would attempt to reshape it through altered perception. And so, as one case closed, another began. The eternal cycle of Gotham's underworld continuing its unpredictable flow. For Batman, the challenge would shift from understanding the architecture of time to navigating the landscape of a mind unbound by conventional reality. The painter of blood awaited, brush in hand, ready to transform Gotham into his own twisted wonderland. Moonlight spilled across the marble floor of the Gotham Art Museum's East Wing, casting long shadows that seemed to breathe with the gentle movement of clouds overhead. Batman moved silently through the grand gallery, his cape barely disturbing the hushed atmosphere that lingered after hours. The museum had closed to the public days ago following the discovery. A museum guard posed grotesquely beside Gotham's most famous painting, The Lady of Sorrow. The victim's blank eyes stared upwards, his body arranged to mirror the painting's subject, down to the teacup placed delicately in his lifeless hand. Batman knelt beside the outline where the body had been, his cowl's enhanced vision revealing details the GCPD might have missed. Microscopic fibers caught in the light, unusual threads with patterns that didn't match standard textile manufacturing. He collected samples methodically, each movement precise and economical. Cross-links complete. Orokov's voice came softly through his cowl. This makes 3 victims in 3 weeks, each positioned to mimic a painting in the museum's permanent collection, and each with a card, Batman replied, his voice barely above a whisper, respecting the somber stillness of the gallery. He examined the evidence photo of a handwritten note left with the victim. Tick-tock goes the clock. The Queen demands your head. Roses painted red with blood, the March hare soon will wed. The literary reference wasn't subtle. The Mad Hatter, Jervis Tetch, had been quiet for months, presumably confined to Arkham Asylum. Yet these murders carried his unmistakable signature, a grotesque blend of Lewis Carroll's whimsy and Tetch's own psychotic obsessions. "Alfred, have you confirmed Tetch's status?" Batman sub-vocalized, knowing the butler monitored his communications from the Batcave. "I've just received verification, sir," Alfred's cultured voice replied. "Most troubling news. It appears Mr. Tetch was transferred to Blackgate Prison's psychiatric wing 6 weeks ago during Arkham's renovation. During a power failure 3 weeks ago, several inmates escaped, including our literary enthusiast. The authorities have kept it rather quiet, typical bureaucratic damage control." Batman's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. 3 weeks of freedom, 3 victims. He's escalating. The time between killings is shortening. He moved deeper into the gallery, studying each painting with careful attention. The museum housed one of the country's finest collections of Gotham artists spanning centuries. Dark, brooding works that captured the city's Gothic character. Tetch had chosen his canvas carefully. "I've analyzed the paintings connected to the victims," Oracle continued. "They're all by different artists from different periods, but they share common elements. Each features a solitary figure in a moment of contemplation or revelation, and each includes some form of door or passage." Batman paused before the Lady of Sorrow, studying the background details Oracle had highlighted. Behind the melancholy woman with her teacup was a barely visible doorway shrouded in shadow. The painting from the previous crime scene, The Scholar's Dream, showed its subject sleeping beside an open window, and the first victim had been posed beside the lighthouse keeper's daughter, where a narrow staircase spiraled upward into darkness. Portals, Batman murmured. Passages between worlds. Down the rabbit hole, as it were, Alfred added. Mr. Tetch has always been fixated on thresholds between reality and fantasy. As Batman continued his methodical examination of the gallery, the moonlight shifted, casting new shadows across the ornate wooden floors. These murders weren't merely theatrical displays of madness. They were invitations. Tetch was building towards something, creating his own twisted narrative, with Gotham's artistic legacy as his medium. I need information on upcoming exhibitions, Batman told Oracle. Anything that might fit Tetch's pattern. Already compiling it, she replied. The museum's next major opening is in 2 days. Visions of Wonderland, dreams and nightmares in Gotham art. It's been in planning for months, featuring works that explore fantasy and surrealism. Batman felt the connection lock into place. That's his endgame. He's building toward the exhibition. Each murder is a chapter leading to his finale. Sir. Alfred's voice carried a note of recognition. I believe I've identified a pattern in the victims themselves. The guard was former military, trained in surveillance. The second victim was a security system designer. The third, a locksmith who specialized in antique locking mechanisms. His collecting skills, Batman concluded. People whose expertise could help him access or secure a location. He moved toward the administrative section of the museum, away from the public galleries. Oracle, get me everything on the exhibition's curator. Tetch is building towards something specific within the Wonderland theme. Dr. Eleanor Caldwell, Oracle supplied immediately. Art historian, specializing in Victorian-era Gotham artists. She's been with the museum for 15 years and personally conceived this exhibition. Her office is in the West Wing. Batman changed direction, moving through the shadows with practiced ease. The museum's West Wing housed research facilities and staff offices, less ornate than the public spaces, but still maintaining the building's neo-Gothic character. Dr. Caldwell's office door stood slightly ajar, a thin line of light spilling into the darkened hallway. He approached cautiously, senses alert for any sign of a trap. Through the gap he could see papers scattered across a desk, books pulled haphazardly from shelves, signs of a hurried search rather than Tetch's usual theatrical arrangements. Dr. Caldwell, he called softly, pushing the door open wider. A woman emerged from behind a tall filing cabinet, her eyes widening at the sight of Batman. Dr. Eleanor Caldwell was in her 50s, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in a practical bun, wire-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. She clutched a thick, leather-bound volume to her chest like a shield. I was wondering when you'd come, she said, her voice steady despite her evident tension. He's been here, looking for this. She held up the book, an antique edition with faded gold lettering. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, first American edition, 1866. Tell me what happened, Batman said, closing the door behind him. 3 days ago, I received a package, she explained, setting the book carefully on her desk. A hat box with a card attached, just my name and a quote from Carol. Inside was, she swallowed hard, a mechanical rabbit, clockwork. When I wound it, it spoke in his voice, said he needed my expertise for his greatest exhibition. What did you do? I've worked in Gotham long enough to recognize madness when it arrives gift-wrapped, she replied with surprising composure. I contacted GCPD, but she gestured vaguely. We both know how that goes. So I've been researching, trying to understand what he wants. She tapped the book. This was acquired by the museum last year. It belonged to William Gotham's daughter. It contains margin notes and sketches not found in any other edition. Batman approached the desk, examining the ancient volume without touching it. And you think Tetch wants it because of these annotations? Not exactly. She opened the book carefully, revealing pages with faded, childish drawings in the margins. Look at this illustration of the Mad Hatter's tea party. Do you notice anything unusual? Batman studied the page. Beside Carol's famous scene was a small sketch showing the Mad Hatter character standing before what appeared to be a doorway or frame. A portal, he said, connecting it to his earlier observation. Yes, Dr. Caldwell nodded. And it appears in several places throughout the book. William Gotham's daughter was fascinated by the idea of passages between worlds. But here's what's significant. Her drawings match architectural elements from several historical Gotham buildings, including this one. She pointed to another sketch that clearly depicted the museum's distinctive arched windows. She was mapping real locations, Batman realized. Incorporating them into her fantasy world, yes. Children often blend reality with imagination, but these particular locations... Dr. Caldwell hesitated. They're all connected to a secret society that operated in Gotham during the 1860s, the Order of the Looking Glass. They believed in the possibility of opening doorways to other realms of consciousness. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. And you think Tetch has discovered this connection? I know he has, she said grimly. 2 weeks ago, someone accessed our digital archives, focusing specifically on documents related to the Order. Then artifacts began disappearing from our storage facilities, items that belonged to founding members of the group. What kind of artifacts? Ritual implements, mostly. The Order was part scientific inquiry, part occult practice. Typical Victorian contradiction. They conducted experiments with consciousness-altering compounds, believing they could access other dimensions of reality. She adjusted her glasses nervously. Several of the missing items were designed to focus the mind during their ceremonies. Mind control, Batman said flatly. Tetch's specialty. Precisely, Dr. Caldwell agreed. But with a historical framework that gives his delusions a narrative structure. The Order believed they nearly succeeded in opening a permanent doorway during their final gathering in 1868. Their records describe a ritual conducted in a chamber beneath this very building. Batman processed this information rapidly. The museum wasn't built until 1899. No, but it sits on the foundation of William Gotham's original estate. The museum incorporated parts of the earlier structure, including several subterranean chambers that are now used for storage. She picked up a building plan from her desk. I've been trying to match the Order's descriptions with our existing architecture. There's a sealed chamber that doesn't appear on any modern blueprints. It would be directly beneath the central rotunda where we're installing the Wonderland exhibition. Batman committed the plans to memory. You believe that's Tetch's target. It's the only location that connects everything, the Order's final ritual, the architectural elements in the drawings, and the centerpiece of our exhibition. She hesitated. There's something else you should know. The Order's final ceremony was interrupted by authorities. In their haste to escape, they left behind their most prized possession. An artifact they called the Looking Glass Key. It was supposedly capable of opening the doorway between worlds. Where is this artifact now? That's just it. It was presumed lost for over a century. But last month, during renovation work on the East Wing Foundation, workers discovered a sealed compartment containing a metal device of unknown purpose. Our conservation team has been studying it, trying to determine its origin and function. Her expression darkened. It disappeared from the lab 3 days ago. Batman's instincts crystallized into certainty. That's what Tetch is after. Combining Victorian pseudoscience with his own technology to create a new form of mind control. He turned toward the door. Where is the chamber located? Exactly. Dr. Caldwell pointed to the building plans. Access would be through the old service tunnels, here, but they were sealed decades ago for structural safety. I need to see everything you have on the Order and their rituals, Batman said. And you need to delay the exhibition opening. She shook her head regretfully. Impossible at this stage. Too many arrangements, too many powerful donors involved. But I can give you copies of everything I've found. She began gathering documents from her desk. I've been researching the Order for years, since long before this madman took an interest. As Dr. Caldwell assembled her research, Batman contacted Alfred. I need you to examine the museum's structural plans. Look for any connection between the original Gotham estate and the current building's sublevel. Already accessing the city's architectural archives, sir, Alfred replied promptly. I must say, this particular case strikes a rather personal chord. I recall reading Alice's Adventures in Wonderland to you as a child. You were quite taken with it, before your literary tastes turned to more practical subjects. The memory surfaced unexpectedly, Alfred's precise, proper voice bringing Carol's whimsical characters to life in the warm security of the Wayne Manor Library. A rare, bright moment in a childhood marked by loss. Now Tetch was perverting even that small comfort. The Order of the Looking Glass kept detailed records of their experiments, Dr. Caldwell said, interrupting his thoughts as she handed him a flash drive, including the compounds they used to induce altered states of consciousness. If Tetch has recreated their formula and combined it with his neural technology, it could control multiple minds simultaneously, Batman finished. A quantum leap beyond his usual capabilities, which might explain why he targeted individuals with security expertise, she agreed. He's preparing for an audience. Batman tucked the drive securely into his utility belt. I want you somewhere safe until this is resolved. Respect, she countered firmly. I'm the foremost expert on what he's trying to recreate. You need me. She held up the antique Alice volume. And there are details in these margins that aren't in my digital files. Drawings that might reveal exactly what the Order believed they discovered. Batman considered briefly, then nodded. Stay with the GCPD. I'll contact Commissioner Gordon to arrange protection. And leave my research here, unguarded. She shook her head. I'll bring what's necessary, but I need access to the museum's archives to continue piecing this together. You'll have access, Batman assured her, but not physically present. Oracle will connect you remotely to whatever resources you need. Dr. Caldwell looked ready to argue further, but a sudden sound from the hallway silenced her. The faint mechanical whirring of clockwork. Batman moved instantly, positioning himself between the door and the historian as the noise grew louder. Time's up, the hour grows late. The Hatter can no longer wait. The sing-song voice echoed eerily through the corridor, accompanied by the rhythmic ticking. The Queen demands her roses red, her garden painted with crimson dread. Batman motioned for Dr. Caldwell to stay back as he approached the door cautiously. The whirring sound continued, growing louder, but remained out of sight. A trap, certainly, but what kind? Sir, Alfred's voice came urgently through the cowl. "I've found something in the architectural records. The chamber beneath the rotunda. It appears to have been designed with unusual acoustic properties. When sound reaches certain frequencies within that space, it creates standing wave patterns that could theoretically affect neural activity." "Sound-based mind control," Batman murmured, "combined with Tetch's neural technology." The whirring outside suddenly accelerated, and the ticking transformed into a rapid, insistent pattern. Batman immediately recognized danger. "Down!" he commanded, pulling Dr. Caldwell away from the door just as a small mechanical rabbit hopped into view in the hallway. Its clockwork gears whirred frantically as its eyes began to glow with an unnatural blue light. The explosion was contained but powerful, blasting the office door inward and filling the room with dense, colorful smoke that carried a sickly sweet scent. Batman's cowl automatically filtered his breathing, but Dr. Caldwell wasn't so protected. She stumbled, coughing, as the psychoactive compound invaded her system. "Alfred, analysis," Batman demanded, supporting the historian as her eyes began to dilate rapidly. "Compound contains traces of Victorian-era consciousness-altering substances," Alfred reported after a moment, "combined with a modified version of Tetch's neural interface chemical. Fascinating hybrid of 19th century and modern psychopharmacology." Dr. Caldwell clutched Batman's arm, her grip surprisingly strong as her mind battled the chemical invasion. "The book," she gasped. "Take it, page 73, the doorway." Batman secured the antique volume inside his cape as he assessed their situation. The smoke was clearing, but Dr. Caldwell's exposure had been significant. Her pupils were fully dilated now, her breathing rapid. Yet, she was fighting the effects with remarkable determination. "Can't let him find the chamber," she managed, her words becoming slurred. "He doesn't understand. The Order didn't open a doorway to another world. They opened a door into the mind itself. Dangerous. Save your strength," Batman told her, guiding her toward the window where fresh air might help clear her system. "Oracle, alert Gordon. We need medical assistance at the museum and full chemical containment protocols." "On it," Oracle confirmed. "Batman, I'm detecting unusual radio frequencies emanating from the museum basement, similar to patterns Tetch has used for neural interface broadcasting, but much more complex." He's already begun, Batman realized. The explosion was a diversion. "Or a test of his delivery system," Alfred suggested. "Classical conditioning, associating the rabbit with the chemical compound. Rather on the nose, even for Mr. Tetch." Dr. Caldwell's body suddenly went rigid, her eyes fixed on something only she could see. "The door," she whispered. "It's opening. I can see everything." Her expression transformed from fear to wonder. So beautiful. The patterns, connecting everything. Batman recognized the dangerous fascination in her voice, the same expression he'd seen on victims of Scarecrow's fear toxin, but inverted. Not terror, but ecstatic revelation, perhaps more dangerous for its seductive quality. "Stay with me, Dr. Caldwell," he said firmly. "Focus on my voice." But she was beyond hearing, her mind now traveling pathways carved by Tetch's chemical cocktail. Batman carefully administered a mild sedative from his utility belt, enough to keep her stable until medical help arrived, without risking interaction with the unknown compounds already in her system. As her breathing steadied into unconsciousness, Batman opened the antique Alice volume to page 73. There, in faded ink, was a child's drawing of the Mad Hatter standing before an ornate mirror. But unlike Carol's character, this hatter wore an elaborate device on his head, a crown of metal and wire that bore an unsettling resemblance to Tetch's neural interface technology. Beside the drawing were handwritten notes, in a child's careful script. Grandfather says the looking glass can show your true self, but Mr. Dodgson says it shows a world where everything is backwards. I think they're both right. Batman studied the illustration more carefully. Behind the Hatter figure was a detailed sketch of a circular chamber with strange patterns carved into its walls, patterns that matched descriptions of neural pathways in Victorian medical texts. The chamber wasn't designed to open a portal to another world. It was engineered to open pathways in the human mind itself. Alfred, I need everything on William Gotham's family history, Batman instructed, particularly any connection to Lewis Carroll, Charles Dodgson, during his visit to America. Curious connection, sir, Alfred replied. According to my initial research, Dodgson did indeed visit the Gotham estate during his American tour in 1867. He was fascinated by William Gotham's collection of optical devices and early psychological research. Batman carefully photographed the pages with his Cowles camera before securing the book. The Order wasn't just dabbling in the occult, they were pioneering neurological research, using the language of mysticism to describe what they didn't yet understand scientifically. And Tetch has rediscovered their work, Alfred concluded grimly, combining Victorian insights with modern technology, a most disturbing synergy. Distant sirens announced the approach of GCPD units. Batman prepared to depart, but not before ensuring Dr. Caldwell was positioned safely for medical attention. Despite her sedation, her lips continued moving silently, eyes darting beneath closed lids, as though watching scenes unfold in her mind. Oracle, maintain monitoring of those broadcasts, Batman instructed as he grappled from the window into the night. I need to access that chamber before Tetch completes whatever he's planning. The signal's increasing in complexity, she reported, and I'm detecting multiple new frequencies emerging, as if he's fine-tuning the broadcast for different neural patterns. Batman swung around the museum's gothic exterior, seeking the access point to the old service tunnels Dr. Caldwell had identified. The museum's security systems were already compromised, evidence of Tetch's victims' expertise being put to use. Each security camera he passed had been subtly modified, now serving as both surveillance and potential broadcast points for Tetch's signal. Sir, I've completed my analysis of the chamber's design. Alfred's voice came through the cowl as Batman descended into the darkness beneath the museum. Most ingenious, if disturbing, the acoustic properties create standing wave patterns that correspond to specific brainwave frequencies. Combined with the compounds the Order was experimenting with, it could potentially synchronize neural activity across multiple individuals, creating a shared hallucinatory state, Batman concluded, navigating through the narrow maintenance tunnels. The air grew colder as he descended, carrying the musty scent of spaces undisturbed for decades. Tetch isn't just controlling minds, he's merging them into a collective experience, his own private wonderland, Alfred said softly, with himself as the creator rather than merely a character. The tunnel opened into a larger space, a forgotten storage area that predated the museum's construction. Dust-covered abandoned crates and display cases preserved in the cool, dry air like archaeological artifacts. Batman moved silently through this underground archive, his cowl's enhanced vision revealing details in the darkness. On the far wall, barely visible beneath decades of dust, was a faded mural depicting figures gathered around an ornate mirror. The painting style matched the Victorian era, but the subject matter was unmistakably influenced by Carroll's work. The figures wore exaggerated hats and carried pocket watches, their faces somewhere between human and animal. "I've found something," Batman reported, examining the mural more closely. The Order left their own record of their work. He traced the pattern bordering the painted mirror, mathematical sequences disguised as decorative elements. They weren't just experimenting blindly, they were following a specific theoretical framework. "Sir, regarding William Gotham's daughter," Alfred interjected. Her name was Alice. The connection clicked into place. Carroll wasn't just visiting the Gotham estate as a literary celebrity. He was consulting with the Order about their experiments, using his own Alice story as a metaphorical framework for understanding consciousness. "Indeed," Alfred confirmed. "According to these records, young Alice Gotham suffered from what they termed episodes of dissociative awareness, what we might now recognize as a form of epilepsy affecting the temporal lobe. The Order believed her condition allowed her to perceive aspects of reality others couldn't access." Batman examined the base of the mural, noting how the paint extended slightly onto the floor, creating an unbroken circuit around a central point. They weren't trying to open a doorway to another world. They were trying to open doorways between minds, using Alice's unique neural pathways as a template. As he spoke, Batman detected a faint vibration through the stone floor, rhythmic pulses that seemed to resonate within his own skull. Tetch's broadcast was strengthening, penetrating even to these depths. "Oracle, status on the signal," he subvocalized. "Expanding throughout the museum complex," she replied, concern evident in her voice. "I'm picking up unusual neural activity from security personnel and evening staff still in the building. They're not incapacitated, but their brainwave patterns are synchronizing to Tetch's broadcast frequency." He's bringing them into alignment, Batman realized, preparing their minds to enter his constructed reality, like the Order tried to do with their ritual. He continued through the storage area, following the subtle vibrations to their source. The passage narrowed again, descending deeper beneath the museum. Ahead, a faint blue light pulsed in rhythm with the vibrations, the same unnatural blue he'd seen in the mechanical rabbit's eyes. "I believe I've located a significant connection, sir," Alfred reported. "The Order's final gathering wasn't disbanded by authorities as the official record states. According to William Gotham's private journals, the ritual was interrupted because it began working too well. Participants reported their minds merging, sharing thoughts and perceptions. But rather than the transcendent experience they anticipated, it triggered panic and psychosis." "Mass hysteria," Batman said, approaching the source of the blue light. "More than that," Alfred corrected. "Gotham describes it as the dissolution of self. Individual minds losing their boundaries, unable to distinguish personal thoughts from the collective consciousness they'd created. Several participants never recovered, remaining in a catatonic state until death." The passage opened into a perfectly circular chamber, its walls covered in intricate carvings that Batman now recognized as mathematical equations and early neural mapping attempts. In the center stood a metal frame resembling a full-length mirror, but where glass should have been was only empty space. A doorway leading nowhere. Or perhaps, as the Order had believed, everywhere. The frame pulsed with the same blue light, powered by a complex arrangement of modern technology interfaced with Victorian-era mechanisms. Tetch had merged 19th century design with 21st century electronics, creating something neither era could have produced alone. And before this unholy hybrid stood the Mad Hatter himself, Jervis Tetch. He wore an elaborate top hat modified with neural interface components. wires connecting to the frame and to smaller devices arranged around the chamber. He worked with manic precision, adjusting settings while muttering carol quotes under his breath. Late, so late, but not too late, he sang to himself, unaware of Batman's presence in the shadows. The door stands open, minds await, the Hatter's party soon begins, when all of Gotham joins my grin. Batman assessed the situation rapidly. The chamber's design concentrated Tetch's broadcast signal, amplifying it through the museum's structure. From here he could potentially reach hundreds of minds simultaneously, an unprecedented scale for his usual neural manipulation. Oracle, I need a signal disruption, Batman sub-vocalized. Target frequency matching Tetch's broadcast. Working on it, she replied. But his signal is adaptive. Every time I block one frequency, it shifts to another. He's built remarkable redundancy into the system. Batman reached for an EMP device in his utility belt. A risky solution given the unknown components in Tetch's hybrid creation, but potentially necessary. Before he could deploy it, however, Tetch suddenly straightened, turning toward Batman's position with an unnervingly precise awareness. The Bat arrives, right on time, Tetch grinned broadly, his eyes wild with manic energy. I knew you'd find my breadcrumb trail, my painting game, my Wonderland tale. Batman stepped from the shadows, assessing potential approaches. The chamber offered limited mobility, its circular design channeling movement around the central frame. It's over, Tetch. Your broadcast won't reach beyond these walls. Oh, but it already has, Tetch giggled, gesturing theatrically. The dormouse sleeps, the rabbit runs, the queen demands her painted roses. All across Gotham minds are opening, joining my tea party. Even now they dream my dreams, see my visions. Such a lovely chorus of consciousness. You're not creating harmony, Batman countered, edging closer while studying the apparatus for vulnerabilities. You're destroying individual minds. The Order's final experiment failed catastrophically. Their participants lost all sense of self. Tetch's expression darkened momentarily before his manic smile returned. They lacked my expertise, my beautiful hats, my understanding of neural architecture. He tapped his modified top hat proudly. I am not merely opening doors between minds, I am becoming the doorway itself, the master of the looking glass. As if to demonstrate, he twisted a dial on his control panel. The blue light pulsed more intensely and Batman felt a momentary disorientation, images flickering at the edges of his vision. His cowl's defense systems activated automatically, disrupting the incoming signal, but not before he glimpsed fragments of impossible scenes. Oversized playing cards marching in formation, massive teacups spinning like carnival rides, roses bleeding actual blood as they transformed from white to red. You see, Tetch crowed delightedly, even your protected mind catches glimpses. Imagine those without your technological shields. They're already dancing through my wonderland. Batman steadied himself, focusing on concrete reality. The human mind isn't designed for merged consciousness, Tetch. You're fracturing your victims' psyches. No, Tetch stamped his foot petulantly. I'm freeing them from the prison of individual perception. Alice understood. The little girl whose grandfather built this chamber. She saw beyond the veil. Carol knew it too. Why do you think he wrote his masterpiece? It wasn't mere fantasy. It was a map to expanded consciousness. Batman continued his careful approach, noting how the apparatus connected to the chamber's acoustic architecture. Alice Gotham was suffering from a neurological condition. Carol's story was an attempt to make sense of her experiences, not a literal description of another realm. Tet's face contorted with rage. Lies! She saw the truth. As I do, as all of Gotham soon will. He twisted another dial sharply. Perhaps you need a stronger dose, Batman. A proper tumble down the rabbit hole. The blue light surged, and the chamber's walls seemed to ripple like disturbed water. Batman felt pressure building in his skull as Tetch's broadcast intensified, targeted specifically at him now. His cowl's protective system struggled against the onslaught of sensory manipulation. "Sir, your neural readings are becoming erratic." Alfred's concerned voice cut through the disorientation. "The signal appears to be adapting to your protective measures." Batman reached for the EMP device, but his movements felt sluggish, as though the air had thickened around him. Tetch's broadcast was affecting his motor cortex now, interfering with the connection between thought and action. Poor Bat, caught in my trap," Tetch sing-songed, his voice seeming to echo from multiple directions simultaneously. "Your wings are clipped, your will shall bend. The Hatter's story has no end." With supreme effort, Batman fought through the neural interference, focusing on Alfred's voice as an anchor to reality. "Alfred," he managed, "the book, page 73, the device on the Hatter's head. What does it look like?" Alfred responded immediately, understanding Batman's strategy. Young Alice's drawing shows a crown-like apparatus with 7 distinct connection points: temporal, parietal, occipital, and frontal. The central node appears to function as a regulator. Batman's vision swam with contradictory images, the actual chamber overlaid with Tetch's projected wonderland, but he forced himself to focus on the real Tetch, identifying the components Alfred described on the madman's modified hat. The Order believed their experiment failed because they couldn't maintain balance between minds, Batman said, deliberately engaging Tetch's obsession to distract him. The collective consciousness became chaotic, overwhelming the participants. Tetch paused in his adjustments, genuinely interested despite himself. Yes, their calibration was crude, imprecise. They lacked proper understanding of neural oscillation pattern. But you've solved that problem, Batman continued, moving closer while Tetch was distracted. Your hat regulates the connection, maintains your dominance over the shared consciousness. Precisely, Tetch beamed, pleased at being understood. I am the Hatter, the center of the dream. All roads in Wonderland lead to my tea table. He tapped his modified hat proudly. The Order tried to create equality among minds. Foolish. Dreams need a dreamer. Wonderland needs its Hatter. While Tetch expounded on his genius, Batman managed to activate his cowl's sonic analyzer, mapping the chamber's acoustic properties. As Alfred had discovered, the circular room was designed to create specific standing wave patterns, but those same patterns could be disrupted with precisely calibrated counter-frequencies. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized through gritted teeth. Sending acoustic mapping data. Need counter-frequency broadcast through my cowl's external speakers. Receiving, she confirmed. Calculating optimal disruption pattern. But Batman, this could affect your own neural function as well. The frequencies will impact everyone in that chamber. Do it, he ordered, bracing himself. Tetch was fully engrossed in his manic monologue now, describing his vision of a Gotham united in collective hallucination. All minds joined in perfect madness. No more loneliness, no more boundaries, just tea and riddles, and wonderful, wonderful chaos. Now, Oracle, Batman commanded. His cowl's external speakers emitted a precisely modulated sound, not particularly loud, but hitting exact frequencies that interacted with the chamber's acoustic design. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The standing wave patterns that amplified Tetch's broadcast collapsed, creating sonic interference that rippled through the apparatus. Tetch screamed, clutching his head as his neural interface feedback surged. The blue light flickered erratically, projected images dissolving into chaotic patterns. No, my beautiful pattern, my perfect dream. Batman pushed through his own disorientation, focusing on the central control panel. With precise movements, he disabled the primary transmission modules, shutting down the broadcast one system at a time. My wonderland, Tetch wailed, staggering toward Batman with surprising speed despite his disorientation. You're ruining everything. Off with your head. Off with your head. He lunged wildly, a concealed blade extending from his sleeve. Batman deflected the attack smoothly, despite the lingering effects of the neural interference, redirecting Tetch's momentum to send him sprawling onto the chamber floor. It's finished, Tetch, Batman said, completing the shutdown sequence. The blue light faded as systems powered down, leaving only the emergency lighting casting harsh shadows through the ancient chamber. Tetch curled into a fetal position, hugging himself as his constructed reality disintegrated. Gone, all gone, he whimpered. The tea party ends, the guests depart. Alice leaves the Hatter alone again. Batman secured Tetch with restraints, then methodically disabled the remaining components of his apparatus. The Victorian artifacts were preserved for evidence, their ghastly marriage to modern technology now severed. Oracle, status unaffected personnel, he asked as he worked. Returning to normal neural patterns, she reported with audible relief. The effect appears to have been temporary once the broadcast ended. Medical teams are reporting confusion and disorientation among museum staff, but no permanent damage detected so far. And Dr. Caldwell? Stable. The exposure to Tetch's compound was significant, but the medical team administered the broad-spectrum antidote from your supplies. She's experiencing some lingering disorientation, but is already helping them understand what happened. Batman surveyed the ancient chamber one final time. The Order of the Looking Glass had stumbled upon neurological principles they couldn't possibly have understood, clothing their discoveries in mystical language and ritual. Over a century later, Tetch had nearly weaponized that knowledge on a scale previously unimaginable. I'm bringing Tetch up, Batman informed Gordon via Oracle's connection. Have Arkham prepare a specialized containment protocol. His neural technology is advancing beyond previous capabilities. As he guided the now compliant Tetch through the tunnels toward the surface, Batman reflected on the case's disturbing implications. The Mad Hatter had always been dangerous, but his obsessions had previously limited his focus to small groups of victims. This attempt to create a city-wide shared hallucination represented an evolution in his madness, more ambitious, more methodical. Curiouser and curiouser, Tetch muttered as they emerged into the museum's main level, his voice temporarily free of its usual manic quality. Did you see it, Batman? Before you broke the mirror? The patterns connecting everyone? So beautiful. Batman remained silent, but the question lingered. In the moment before Oracle's counter-frequency disrupted the chamber's acoustics, he had glimpsed something. Not Tetch's Wonderland hallucination, but a deeper pattern underlying consciousness itself. The briefest suggestion that the Order's theories about interconnected minds might contain a kernel of truth, however distorted by Victorian mysticism and Tetch's madness. GCPD officers waited at the museum entrance, Gordon personally supervising Tetch's transfer to a secure medical transport. The commissioner looked tired but relieved as Batman approached. We've got reports of mass hallucinations across a 10-block radius, Gordon said quietly. People seeing playing cards marching down the street, giant teacups, talking animals. the whole Carol catalogue. Fading now, but it was touch and go for a while. The effect was temporary, Batman confirmed. Once Tetch's broadcast ended, the hallucinations should dissipate completely. Gordon watched as medical personnel secured Tetch for transport, the madman now humming Carol's verses softly to himself. He's getting more sophisticated. This wasn't just his usual mind control. People weren't just following orders. They were sharing his delusions, experiencing them as reality. He merged Victorian theoretical frameworks with modern neurotechnology, Batman explained. The museum had been studying artifacts from an old Gotham secret society, the Order of the Looking Glass. Tetch adapted their research. Great, Gordon sighed. As if 19th century Gotham didn't have enough gothic horror without adding mind-melding cults to the mix. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. Dr. Caldwell's been asking for you. She's still a bit disoriented, but insistent about discussing something she experienced while under Tetch's influence. Batman found the art historian sitting in the back of an ambulance, a thermal blanket wrapped around her shoulders despite the mild night air. Her eyes were clearer now, her hands steady as she held a steaming cup of tea that seemed darkly appropriate given the case's theme. You stopped him, she said as Batman approached. Not a question, but a statement of fact. Yes, the chamber has been secured along with the artifacts Tetch modified. She nodded, staring into her tea as though reading patterns in its surface. I saw it, you know. What the Order was trying to achieve. What Alice Gotham experienced. She looked up, meeting Batman's gaze directly. It wasn't madness, not exactly. They had discovered something real about consciousness. How minds might connect beyond ordinary perception. Tetch corrupted that discovery, Batman said. Yes and no, she replied thoughtfully. He understood the mechanics better than they did, the neural pathways, the frequencies required, but he couldn't grasp the profound implication. The Order believed they'd found evidence that consciousness isn't confined to individual minds, that under certain conditions, the boundaries between selves might dissolve. A dangerous concept in the wrong hands, Batman observed. In anyone's hands, she corrected. The human psyche isn't structured to maintain coherence without the boundary of self. That's why their experiment failed so catastrophically. The participants couldn't reintegrate their individual identities after experiencing merged consciousness. She sipped her tea carefully. The mind needs limits to function. Even Alice Gotham, who the Order believed had natural aptitude for moving between states of consciousness, suffered greatly from her gift. Batman thought of the small, careful drawings in the margins of the antique Alice volume. A child trying to map experiences beyond ordinary perception, using Carol's fantastical framework to make sense of neurological anomalies. The book will need to be secured, he said, along with the chamber and artifacts. Already arranged, Caldwell assured him. Wayne Enterprises' Historical Preservation Division contacted the museum director just before you arrived. They're providing a specialized secure facility for studying and protecting the Order's legacy. She smiled slightly. Quite generous funding, too. Mr. Wayne seems to have a particular interest in historical artifacts with unusual properties. Batman merely nodded, unsurprised that Alfred had already initiated the proper protocols through Wayne Enterprises' channels. The Order's discoveries were too significant and potentially dangerous to leave unsecured or allow to disappear into private collections. There's one more thing, Dr. Caldwell added, her expression becoming troubled. While under the influence of Tetch's compound, I experienced his version of Wonderland, but beneath his gaudy theatrical imagery I sensed something else. patterns of consciousness extending throughout Gotham, connecting minds in ways we never perceive ordinarily, like a vast web underlying reality itself. She looked at Batman intently. Did you see it too? Beyond the hallucinations? Batman was silent for a moment, considering his response. What matters is that Tetch's manipulation has ended. Whatever you experienced was the result of chemical and neurological interference. She studied him with the practiced eye of a historian accustomed to reading between lines. Of course, she said finally, not believing him but accepting his reticence. Just chemical interference. Still, it makes one wonder what else we might discover about consciousness if we looked beyond conventional frameworks. Some discoveries require careful handling, Batman replied. The Order learned that lesson too late. Dr. Caldwell nodded, wrapping the blanket tighter around her shoulders as a chill breeze swept through the museum plaza. Carroll wrote that Wonderland's logic was dream logic, consistent within its own framework but incompatible with waking reality. Perhaps certain aspects of consciousness are similar, coherent in their own context, but dangerous when forced into ordinary perception. Batman left her to her contemplation as medical personnel approached for further evaluation. The night's work wasn't finished. The chamber needed thorough documentation before Wayne Enterprises' specialist could properly secure it, and Tetch's victims required monitoring for lingering effects. He grappled to a nearby rooftop, watching as the emergency response continued below. The museum's Gothic architecture stood silent and dignified in the moonlight, its walls once again containing, rather than broadcasting, Tetch's madness. Alfred, he subvocalized, has the Wayne Enterprises team been briefed on handling the artifacts? Indeed, sir, Alfred replied promptly. I've assembled our most discreet specialists in historical preservation and neurological research. The Order's artifacts will be thoroughly studied under the strictest security protocols. Batman gazed across Gotham's skyline, the city gradually returning to its normal rhythms as Tetch's broadcast faded from affected minds. What the Order discovered, what Tetch exploited, it has implications beyond this case. Regarding the nature of consciousness itself, Alfred agreed soberly. The intersection of 19th century mysticism and modern neuroscience proves surprisingly compatible in certain theoretical frameworks. Rather disturbing implications for our understanding of individual identity. The human mind isn't designed to function without boundaries, Batman said, echoing Dr. Caldwell's assessment. Merged consciousness leads to psychosis and dissolution of self. In most cases, certainly, Alfred concurred. Although I'm reminded of certain Eastern philosophical traditions that have explored comparable concepts through meditation rather than technology, the difference being voluntary exploration rather than forced immersion. Batman watched as Tetch's medical transport departed, police escorts surrounding it. Ensure all data from the chamber is secured. Nothing leaves Wayne Enterprises facilities. Of course, sir. May I ask, did you experience any of the effects yourself, despite your protective systems? Batman was silent for a moment, remembering that brief glimpse beneath Tetch's theatrical Wonderland imagery. The suggestion of consciousness as an interconnected web extending throughout Gotham. Every mind a node in a vast network, normally hidden from perception. Nothing significant, he finally replied. Momentary sensory anomalies, nothing more. Very good, sir, Alfred said, though his tone suggested he detected Batman's evasion. I've prepared a full decontamination protocol for your return. Those Victorian compounds can have lingering neurological effects, even at minimal exposure levels. As Batman prepared to depart, Oracle's voice came through his cowl. All affected civilians are returning to normal consciousness. No fatalities reported. Gordon set up a cover story about a gas leak causing mass hallucinations. Standard Gotham explanation, Batman noted with grim satisfaction. The city had long practiced in rationalizing the irrational, finding comforting explanations for horrors beyond ordinary understanding. Tetch left something for you, she added, a note they found in his pocket during processing, addressed specifically to Batman. Just a quote from Carol. Who in the world am I? Ah, that's the great puzzle. Oracle paused briefly. Philosophical for Tetch. Usually he's more theatrical. The quote resonated uncomfortably with what Batman had glimpsed in that moment of neural interference. The suggestion that individual identity might be more permeable, more constructed than humans preferred to believe. That the boundary between self and other might be neither as fixed nor as impenetrable as modern consciousness assumed. Update me when Tetch reaches Arkham, he instructed, pushing the unsettling thoughts aside, and have Wayne Medical forward any anomalous neural readings from victims to the Batcave for analysis. Will do. Heading home, Batman looked out over the city one last time, its familiar skyline reassuringly solid and real after the disorienting experiences in the chamber. Not yet. I want to check on the other affected areas first, make sure Tetch's influence is truly gone. The eastern sky was just beginning to lighten as Batman completed his patrol of the affected neighborhoods. True to Oracle's reports, the mass hallucinations had faded completely, leaving confused but recovering citizens who readily accepted the gas leak explanation. By morning, the incident would join Gotham's extensive catalogue of strange events, remembered but normalized, incorporated into the city's collective understanding of itself as a place where reality occasionally bent but never quite broke. Batman returned to the Batcave as dawn fully emerged, the Batmobile's engine echoing through the vast underground space. Alfred waited with his customary composure, medical equipment prepared for the promised decontamination protocol. A successful conclusion, I trust? The butler inquired, as Batman emerged from the vehicle. Tetch is secured at Arkham. The Order's artifacts are being transported to Wayne Enterprises facilities. Batman removed his cowl, revealing the fatigue Bruce Wayne rarely allowed himself to display. But something about this case feels unfinished, Alfred. The philosophical implications rather than the practical threat. Alfred nodded, understanding as always. Some adversaries challenge not just the body or the city, but our fundamental understanding of reality itself. Bruce submitted to Alfred's medical examination, his mind still processing the boundaries between Tetch's artificial wonderland and the genuine neurological discoveries the madman had exploited. The Order was researching consciousness itself, not just controlling it, but understanding its fundamental nature. Indeed, sir. The Victorian era produced numerous quasi-scientific explorations of consciousness, from spiritualism to early psychological theory. The Order appears to have been unusually sophisticated in their approach, despite clothing their discoveries in mystical language. Alfred checked Bruce's pupillary response, noting with satisfaction that no lingering effects from Tetch's broadcast remained. They discovered something real, Bruce said quietly, something Tetch understood enough to weaponize if not fully comprehend. Alfred paused in his examination, studying his charge's expression with the attentiveness of decades of service. You glimpsed it yourself, didn't you, despite your protective systems? Bruce met the butler's gaze directly. Just fragments. Beneath Tetch's Wonderland imagery, his childish tea parties and playing cards, there was something else, a pattern connecting consciousness throughout Gotham, as if individual minds, are nodes in a larger network we're normally incapable of perceiving. Rather like quantum entanglement at the neurological level, Alfred mused. Quite beyond our current scientific framework, yet not inherently mystical. Bruce moved to the back computer, bringing up scans of the chamber's architecture and Tetch's modified neural interface. The Order was trying to make that network perceivable, to allow minds to experience their fundamental interconnection. But human consciousness evolved specifically to function within boundaries. Without the sense of separate self, the mind loses coherence. Hummel imagines the experience might be rather like suddenly perceiving all radio frequencies simultaneously, Alfred suggested, overwhelming to a system designed to filter and process information selectively. Bruce studied the equation-like patterns carved into the chamber walls, 19th century attempts to mathematically describe neural networks using the limited vocabulary of Victorian science. Tetch's breakthrough was controlling the experience, using his neural interface to guide and direct perception through the network, rather than allowing unrestricted access, creating a shared hallucination rather than true merged consciousness. Alfred nodded, more theatrically satisfying for his purposes, and less likely to induce complete psychosis in his victims. Bruce leaned back in his chair, feeling the night's exertions in every muscle. Have Wayne Neurological assign a research team to study the Order's theoretical framework, quietly, with full security protocols. What they discovered has implications beyond Tetch's madness. Very good, sir. And the chamber itself? Sealed permanently. Some doorways should remain closed, no matter their scientific value. Alfred nodded approvingly, then gestured toward the manor above. I've prepared a light breakfast, should you wish it before resting. And perhaps some tea? His mouth quirked in the ghost of a smile, though perhaps not served in oversized cups. Bruce allowed himself a small, answering smile as they ascended toward the manor. The Hatter was contained, his wonderland dispelled. Gotham would wake to ordinary reality, unaware of how close it had come to experiencing a mass dissolution of individual consciousness. Yet as Bruce Wayne prepared to rest after Batman's night of protecting the city's collective sanity, he couldn't entirely dismiss the memory of that glimpsed pattern, the brief suggestion that ordinary perception might be a necessary illusion, a protective boundary between individual mind and universal consciousness. Later, as sleep finally claimed him, Bruce's dreams were mercifully ordinary, free of rabbit holes, mad tea parties, and impossible doorways between minds. The boundaries of self remained intact, preserving the coherence of identity that made Batman possible. Yet somewhere beneath conscious thought, the question Tetch had left echoed with new significance. Who in the world am I? Ah, that's the great puzzle. In Gotham, as in Wonderland, some puzzles were best left unsolved, not because they lacked answers, but because the answers themselves might dissolve the very minds that sought them. Moonlight caught on the curling wisps of smoke still rising from what had once been the east wing of the Gotham Opera House. The grand dam of Gotham's cultural district stood wounded but defiant, her limestone facade blackened by flame, her ornate cornices reduced to ghostly outlines against the night sky. Batman moved silently across the rooftop of an adjacent building, watching as firefighters below conducted their final sweep of the structure. The blaze had been extinguished hours ago, but the air still carried the acrid scent of burnt velvet seats and charred wooden beams that had stood for over a century. The fire marshal has cleared the scene, Oracle's voice came softly through his cowl. They're calling it arson, but they don't know what you know. Batman's eyes narrowed as he focused on a peculiar pattern of burn marks along what remained of the opera house's ornate dome. The scorch marks weren't random. They formed a distinct shape recognizable only from this elevated vantage point. The stylized outline of a bird with wings outstretched, rising from flame. "A phoenix," he murmured, "just like at the Botanical Gardens." "Third fire this month with the same signature," Oracle confirmed. "The GCFD is treating them as isolated incidents, but the evidence suggests otherwise." Batman fired his grapnel gun and descended into the cooling ruins of the Opera House. Landing with barely a sound on the charred remnants of the stage, he activated his cowl's analytical mode. The thermal imaging revealed ghostly patterns of how the fire had spread, not in the chaotic manner of accidental blazes, but with precision and purpose. Whoever had orchestrated this destruction had an intimate understanding of fire dynamics and architectural vulnerabilities. "Sir," Alfred's voice joined the communication channel, "I've been examining the structural plans of all 3 targeted buildings. There appears to be a commonality you might find interesting." Batman knelt to examine residue left on what remained of the stage flooring. "Go ahead." All 3 buildings were constructed during Gotham's post-Civil War expansion. They share an architectural feature: central ventilation systems that connect to the old city gas network. In their time, quite the modern convenience. Batman's gloved fingers brushed against an unusual substance embedded in the charred wood, not ash but something crystalline that had partially melted and reformed. "He's using an accelerant I haven't encountered before," he observed, "something that burns hot enough to consume evidence but leaves these crystal formations behind. Might I suggest collecting a sample for analysis?" Alfred prompted gently. As Batman carefully extracted a fragment of the crystalline substance, he noticed something else. A faint, rhythmic pattern scorched into the stage floor, visible only under enhanced vision. Not random burn marks, but deliberate, almost like musical notation, he realized. "He's burning music into the Opera House stage. How theatrical," Alfred remarked dryly. "Our arsonist seems to have a flair for the dramatic." Batman photographed the burn pattern and sent it to the cave's database. "Oracle, see if you can translate this. It might tell us where he plans to strike next." As he continued his investigation, Batman's thoughts turned to the growing pattern of destruction across his city. The Botanical Gardens had been first, its Victorian-era glass conservatory reduced to twisted metal and ash, rare specimens collected over decades lost in a single night. Then the abandoned church of St. Dumas, whose stone walls had contained the blaze but whose interior had been gutted, leaving only blackened walls, and the haunting silhouette of a phoenix rising from the altar. And now the Opera House, a cultural landmark that had survived 2 world wars, economic collapses, and numerous reconstruction efforts, each building a piece of Gotham's architectural heritage, each now bearing the signature of a fiery rebirth they would never experience. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice interrupted his thoughts, "Fire Marshal Reynolds has just issued a statement to the press. I believe you might want to hear this." A news feed appeared in Batman's cowl display. Marshal Reynolds stood before a cluster of microphones, her expression grave beneath her uniform cap. "The GCFD has determined that the fires at the Botanical Gardens, Saint-Dumas, and now the Opera House are connected and the work of a single perpetrator. We're dealing with a professional arsonist with expert knowledge of structural engineering and fire propagation." Behind Reynolds, Batman could see Catherine Vale, one of Gotham's most tenacious investigative journalists, pushing forward with questions. "Marshal, sources inside the department suggest the arsonist is leaving a specific symbol at each scene. Can you confirm this is the work of the pyrotechnic criminal known as Firefly?" Reynolds' expression tightened. We cannot confirm the identity of the perpetrator at this time. The investigation is ongoing. But what about the Phoenix symbols and reports that the accelerant used is military grade, possibly thermite-based? No further questions, Reynolds said, turning away as her public affairs officer stepped in to end the impromptu press conference. Batman switched off the feed, his suspicions confirmed. "Firefly," he murmured, "Garfield Lynns." "Indeed," Alfred replied, "former pyrotechnics expert for Gotham Light and Stage. Presumed dead after that warehouse fire 3 years ago, though they never found a body." "He's evolved," Batman observed, studying the crystalline sample he'd collected. "This isn't just about the spectacle of fire anymore. There's purpose behind these targets." As Batman prepared to leave the smoldering ruins, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Near what had once been the orchestra pit, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the faint glow of embers. For a moment, Batman thought it might be a firefighter, but the silhouette was wrong, too slender, and moving with a purpose that spoke of investigation rather than emergency response. He moved silently closer, keeping to the shadows. The figure, a woman, knelt beside a particular pattern of burn marks, photographing them with a professional camera. Catherine Vale, the journalist from the press conference. She wore sturdy boots and practical clothing beneath an oversized jacket, her dark hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. "This is an active crime scene," Batman said quietly, stepping just far enough into the dim light to be seen. To her credit, Vale didn't startle dramatically. She turned toward his voice, camera still in hand. "So is half of Gotham on any given night," she replied. "But this one's different. He's telling a story with these fires, and nobody's listening to what the flames are saying. You mentioned thermite," he said. "What makes you think that's the accelerant?" Vale's expression shifted subtly, a professional recognition that they were now engaged in an exchange of information. The burn patterns, for one. The witnesses who described a white-hot flash before the main blaze took hold, and this. She held up her phone, showing a photograph of crystalline residue identical to what Batman had just collected. Found the same formations at all 3 sites. It's not just thermite, it's something custom. You've been investigating all the fires. She nodded. Someone has to connect the dots. The fire department is overwhelmed and GCPD treats arson as property crime unless someone dies. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But you're not just starting this investigation tonight, are you? You already knew about the Phoenix signatures." Batman didn't confirm or deny. "What else have you found?" Play seemed to consider how much to share. "The buildings aren't random. Each one was featured in a series of articles last year about Gotham's architectural heritage. Specific emphasis on buildings constructed during the 1870s post-war boom, when the city was rebuilding after the Great Fire." Batman's mind made the connection immediately. Buildings with architectural flaws that made them vulnerable to fire, history repeating itself. "Exactly," Vale nodded, impressed. "But here's what's interesting. The series was commissioned by the Burnley Preservation Society. They were lobbying for funds to retrofit these historic buildings with modern fire suppression systems. Instead, their publicity campaign created a target list for our pyromaniac. This was valuable intelligence, a potential source for Firefly's target selection. "You should leave," Batman said. "The structure isn't stable." Bave didn't move. "There's something else. The Phoenix isn't just a signature. It's a mathematical formula for fire propagation. Each one is slightly different, like he's refining a calculation with each blaze." She hesitated, then added, I think he's building towards something bigger. These fires are just practice runs. The insight aligned with Batman's own developing theory. Garfield Lynns had always been methodical beneath his pyromaniac obsessions. If these fires were indeed tests, the question became, what was the final exam? "Go home, Ms. Vale," Batman said firmly, "and be careful what you publish. You might make yourself a target." Something flickered in her expression. Not fear, but realization. You think he's monitoring media coverage, using the reporting to gauge the effectiveness of his fires. Before Batman could respond, a section of ceiling collapsed nearby, sending a shower of embers into the air. When the dust settled, Vale stood alone in the ruined opera house, Batman having vanished as silently as he had appeared. Back at the Batcave, Bruce examined the crystalline sample under an electron microscope, while Alfred reviewed the architectural plans for the 3 burned buildings. The cave's multiple displays showed timeline analyses, chemical compositions, and thermal imaging reconstructions of each fire. "The substance appears to be a modified thermite compound," Bruce confirmed, studying the molecular structure revealed by the analysis. "But there's something else mixed in, a chemical that crystallizes as it cools, creating a secondary ignition point hours after the initial blaze. A time-dazed reignition," Alfred observed, "designed to confound firefighting efforts and ensure maximum structural damage." Bruce nodded, moving to another workstation. "He's refined the formula with each fire." The Opera House blaze burned hotter and longer than the previous 2, despite the building's superior fire containment systems. "Evolution through experimentation," Alfred remarked grimly, "practicing for something more ambitious, perhaps. That's what concerns me." Bruce pulled up the musical notation pattern he'd discovered. Oracle translated this. It's a fragment from Wagner's Götterdämmerung, the Twilight of the Gods, the final opera in the Ring cycle where Valhalla burns and the world is consumed by fire. Alfred's expression darkened. "A rather ominous selection. There's more." Bruce brought up Catherine Vale's articles on the Architectural Heritage series. These buildings aren't just connected by their age or construction methods. They form a geographical pattern. He mapped the locations, connecting them with lines that formed a rough triangle across Gotham's downtown. The fires are creating a perimeter. A perimeter around what, precisely? Alfred leaned closer to examine the map. Bruce expanded the view, overlaying it with Gotham's underground infrastructure. The old city gas network. Most of it was decommissioned decades ago when Gotham converted to modern natural gas systems, but the original pipes still exist beneath the streets. And at the center of our triangle, the main junction valve for the historic system, Alfred finished, seeing where the analysis was heading, which, if I recall correctly, was never fully sealed off from the modern gas lines. A vulnerability that could be exploited, Bruce confirmed. If Firefly opens that junction and introduces his specialized accelerant into the old network, could create a chain reaction, Alfred concluded soberly. Multiple, simultaneous fires erupting across the original gas line routes. A firestorm that would consume the heart of old Gotham. Bruce's expression hardened as the full scale of the threat became clear. Not just destruction, rebirth through fire, the entire Phoenix symbolism taken to its logical extreme. A disturbingly grandiose vision, Alfred remarked, though I suppose we shouldn't expect modest ambitions from a man who calls himself Firefly. Bruce began pulling on his cowl, preparation for the night's patrol already in motion. I need to find that junction valve before he does. Oracle is cross-referencing historical city plans with modern infrastructure maps, but some of those passages may have been sealed or modified over the decades. Perhaps Miss Vale might have additional insights, Alfred suggested. Her research into the architectural heritage series could prove valuable. Bruce paused, considering. She's already inserting herself into a dangerous investigation. Involving her further could make her an explicit target. With respect, sir, Alfred replied. From what you've described of your encounter, Miss Vale seems quite capable of finding trouble without your assistance. Better she has accurate information than continues her investigation blind to the full danger. Bruce acknowledged the point with a slight nod. I'll consider it. First, I need to examine the junction site personally. If Firefly plans to use it, he'll have made preparations. There might be evidence of his modifications already in place. As Batman prepared to depart, Alfred called his attention to one final detail. Sir, before you go, there's something about the timing of these fires that may be significant. Each has occurred on a date that corresponds to a historic Gotham fire. The Botanical Gardens burned on the anniversary of the Hyde Park blaze of 1882, Saint-Dumas on the date of the Cathedral fire of 1896, and the Opera House, the Great Gotham Fire of 1871, Batman finished, the pattern clicking into place. He's recreating Gotham's fiery history, building toward a culmination. He pulled up a calendar on the Bat computer, which means the next target will burn on tomorrow night, Alfred confirmed grimly. The anniversary of the Merchant Street conflagration, which nearly bankrupted the city's earliest financial district. Batman moved toward the Batmobile, purpose in every step. Then we have less than 24 hours to prevent Firefly from making history repeat itself on a catastrophic scale. The night air carried a hint of autumn's approach as Batman traversed the city, moving from sleek downtown toward the tangled streets of old Gotham. This area had evolved rather than been designed, its layout reflecting 2 centuries of growth, destruction, and rebirth. Buildings from different eras stood shoulder to shoulder, Victorian brownstones beside Art Deco towers, colonial churches overshadowed by glass and steel apartments, all of it built and rebuilt atop the bones of the original settlement, layer upon layer of Gotham's resilience in the face of disaster. Using Oracle's newly compiled maps, Batman navigated toward the central junction of the historic gas network. The entrance wasn't marked on modern city plans, likely forgotten by all but a few municipal engineers and historical preservationists. According to the overlaid maps, the primary access point would be in what was now Robinson Park, near the central fountain. I'm approaching the coordinates, Batman sub-vocalized as he moved silently through the park's evening shadows. Any updates on unusual activity in this area? Nothing from GCPD scanners, Oracle replied, but the park's security camera network went offline approximately 40 minutes ago. Maintenance issue, according to the system logs. Convenient timing, Batman observed, now more certain he was on the right track. The central fountain was a relatively recent addition to Robinson Park, installed during the post-No Man's Land restoration efforts. Its circular basin and modernist sculpture seemed unremarkable, but Batman's cowl sensors detected subtle inconsistencies in the stonework surrounding the water feature. One section of the decorative rim didn't quite match the weathering pattern of the rest. Found it, he confirmed, examining the disguised access point. The entrance has been modified recently, professional work, designed to blend in, but the mortar is newer than surrounding sections. Batman applied pressure to specific points around the disguised panel, and with barely a sound, a section of the fountain's rim slid aside, revealing a narrow maintenance shaft descending beneath the park. The opening was just wide enough for a person to navigate, with metal rungs embedded in the concrete wall leading down into darkness. "I'm going in," he informed Oracle and Alfred, switching to infrared. "Be cautious, sir," Alfred advised. "Those tunnels date back to the 1876th. Structural integrity may be compromised in sections, quite apart from any modifications our pyromaniac friend might have introduced." Batman descended into the darkness, the shaft extending nearly 30 feet below ground level before opening into a broader tunnel. The infrastructure here was a strange hybrid. The original brick-lined passages retrofitted over decades, with more modern piping, electrical conduits, and maintenance platforms. The main gas lines, long since decommissioned, ran along the ceiling of the tunnel, their cast iron bulk a testament to 19th century industrial ambition. Moving silently through the underground network, Batman noted signs of recent activity: boot prints in the accumulated dust, modern tool marks on ancient valve housings, and most concerning, newly installed devices attached at key junctions in the pipeline system. "Someone's been modifying the infrastructure," he reported, examining one of the devices. "These aren't city maintenance installations. Custom-built timing mechanisms connected to flow control valves. A delivery system for his accelerant," Alfred deduced, "positioned to ensure maximum dispersal throughout the network." Batman carefully photographed the device without disturbing it, sending the images back to the Batcave for analysis. "The craftsmanship is precise. Military-grade components, but with custom modifications. Definitely Lynn's work." He continued deeper into the tunnel network, following the main line toward the central junction. The air grew warmer, the humidity rising with each step forward. Somewhere ahead, water dripped rhythmically onto metal, the sound echoing through the brick passages. Batman paused, sensing something different about the acoustics of the space ahead. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, the central junction where multiple gas lines from different eras converged. The original 19th century engineering had created an underground cathedral of industrial design, with vaulted brick ceilings and massive iron valves arranged in a circular pattern around a central control platform. And there, suspended from the ceiling in a modified harness, working meticulously on the largest of the junction valves, was Garfield Lynn's. Firefly had evolved his equipment since their last encounter. The flight suit was more streamlined, its surface covered with heat-resistant material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The flamethrower apparatus was smaller, more integrated into the suit's design, but the most striking change was the helmet. No longer a simple protective mask, but an elaborate creation resembling a stylized insect head, with multifaceted lenses that glowed with an amber light. Batman remained in the shadows of the tunnel entrance, observing. Lynn's worked with the focused precision of a surgeon, attaching what appeared to be a distribution mechanism to the central valve. Beside him, suspended in specialized containers, was a substantial quantity of the crystalline accelerant, enough to create a firestorm that could consume half of old Gotham if introduced into the gas network. "I've located Firefly," Batman whispered. "He's at the central junction, installing what appears to be the final components of his dispersal system." "GCFD units on standby," Oracle responded. "But if that accelerant ignites in the tunnel system, conventional firefighting measures won't be sufficient." "Then I'll make sure it doesn't ignite," Batman replied. "The chamber's acoustics would make a direct assault challenging. Sound would carry, giving Lynn's advance warning. But the complex network of pipes and supports offered multiple pathways to get closer without being detected." Batman began to move, using the industrial architecture to his advantage, closing the distance methodically. He had nearly reached the outer edge of the central platform when Lynn spoke without turning around. I wondered when you'd show up, Batman. Firefly's voice was altered by his helmet, given an unnatural resonance that echoed in the chamber. Always drawn to the flame, aren't you? Moths and bats. Not so different in that regard. Batman remained still, analyzing options. Linz hadn't stopped working on his device, suggesting he wasn't immediately threatened by Batman's presence. 3 landmark buildings destroyed. What's the endgame, Garfield? What does burning Gotham's history accomplish? Firefly made a final adjustment to his mechanism before turning, the amber lenses of his helmet catching what little light penetrated the underground chamber. History is written by fire, Batman. The Great Rebuilding of 1871, the Renaissance after the Market Street Blaze, the New Gotham Initiative following the No Man's Land fires. He gestured expansively at the infrastructure surrounding them. This city only truly reinvents itself after the cleansing flame has swept away the rot and decay. Targeting empty buildings is one thing, Batman replied, shifting position slightly as he spoke. What you're planning here will endanger thousands of lives. Evolution requires pressure, Firefly responded, his tone disturbingly academic. Comfortable species don't adapt. Comfortable cities don't innovate. He tapped the central valve with an almost affectionate gesture. Tomorrow night, when the old network ignites, Gotham will be forced to rise again, stronger, more resilient, reborn from its own ashes, just like the Phoenix. Batman had maneuvered to a position where he could observe the full dispersal system. The mechanism was sophisticated, timer-activated valves that would release the accelerant into multiple branches of the old gas network simultaneously, creating a chain reaction that would follow the underground pipes to their termination points throughout old Gotham. Dozens of buildings would be affected at once, overwhelming emergency services. You were declared dead 3 years ago, Batman said, continuing to analyze the system for vulnerabilities while keeping Linz engaged. The warehouse fire. They never found your body. Firefly's helmeted head tilted slightly, an almost contemplative gesture. Fire changes you, purifies. What emerged from those flames wasn't Garfield Linz anymore. Just as what rises from tomorrow's conflagration won't be the same Gotham. The buildings you've targeted so far, they form a pattern, Batman observed, now close enough to see the timer display on the central mechanism, less than 24 hours remaining. A perimeter around this junction. Test burns, Firefly confirmed with professional pride. Each one validating a different aspect of my formula. Dispersal rate, ignition timing, structural penetration. The scientific method applied to purifying flame. He made a dismissive gesture. I'm not some common arsonist seeking the spectacle of a blaze. I'm an artist working in the medium of transformative destruction. And the Wagner piece at the Opera House? Gotterdammerung is about the end of the world, not rebirth. For the first time, Firefly's composed demeanor showed a crack. You noticed that? Good. Few appreciate the musical component of my work. He stepped onto a narrow catwalk, moving with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with the space. The twilight of the gods represents necessary destruction before renewal. The old order consumed by flame to make way for the new. Batman was now close enough to see that Firefly carried no visible ignition source, a departure from his previous methodology. Your specialized accelerant. It has a delayed crystallization effect that creates secondary ignition points. Very good, Firefly said, genuine appreciation in his mechanically altered voice. The formula is quite revolutionary. The initial thermite reaction creates enough heat to melt conventional fire suppression systems. The crystalline matrix forms during cooling, then reactivates hours later when emergency responders believe the threat is contained. He tapped his helmet. Fire is a living thing, Batman. It evolves, adapts, learns patience. The timer display caught Batman's attention again. It wasn't counting down to the following evening as he'd initially assumed, but to something much sooner. 3 hours from now, midnight, the technical anniversary of the Market Street conflagration. Your timelines accelerated, Batman observed, tensing for action. The system is set to activate tonight, not tomorrow. Firefly's helmet tilted in what might have been amusement. Of course it is. I wouldn't share the actual timetable with someone actively working to disrupt it. In one fluid motion, he activated his flight system, the specialized harness lifting him several feet above the catwalk. You've been illuminating to talk with, as always, but I have final preparations to complete before tonight's renaissance. Bat launched into action, a batarang striking precisely at the junction of Firefly's harness and flight pack. The projectile discharged a localized EMP, temporarily disrupting the flight system's electronics. Firefly dropped several feet before auxiliary systems engaged, stabilizing him in a hovering position above the central platform. Always so predictable, Firefly sighed, the sound distorted through his helmet. Did you think I wouldn't adapt my systems after our last encounter? From compartments in his suit, he deployed small drone-like devices that scattered throughout the chamber, positioning themselves at key structural points. Batman recognized the threat immediately. The drones were miniature versions of the dispersal mechanism, each carrying a small quantity of the crystalline accelerant. If ignited in the confined space of the junction chamber, they would create a conflagration that could potentially breach the modern gas lines connected to the old network. The countdown is a failsafe, Batman realized aloud. Even if I disable the central dispersal system, these drones will ensure the chain reaction begins. As I said, fire learns patience and contingency planning. Firefly's voice carried a note of pride. Now, shall we dance one last time before the grand performance begins? From his gauntlets, Firefly activated twin flame projectors, much more precise than his previous flamethrower apparatus. Jets of intensely hot flame cut through the darkness of the chamber, forcing Batman to dive from his position as the metal platform beneath him began to glow red with transferred heat. The underground chamber became a deadly arena, with Batman maneuvering through structural supports and ancient pipework to avoid Firefly's increasingly precise flame attacks. Each burst of fire wasn't just a weapon, but a potential trigger for the dispersal system if it hit the volatile accelerant containers. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized, during a momentary reprieve behind a massive valve housing. I need a shutdown sequence for the old gas network. There must be emergency cutoffs that would isolate this junction from the rest of the system. Working on it, she replied, the sound of rapid typing in the background. The problem is age. Most of the original failsafes were mechanical, not electronic. They would need to be activated manually from specific access points. Firefly's voice echoed through the chamber. The beauty of using Gotham's forgotten infrastructure is that few remember how it actually works. These tunnels are a palimpsest of engineering, each generation adding their own solutions without fully understanding what came before. A jet of flame struck near Batman's position, heating the ancient iron to dangerous temperatures. He launched a cryocapsule toward the affected area, the rapidly expanding freeze compound temporarily counteracting the heat before it could reach critical levels. Sir, Alifaz's voice joined the communication. I believe I've found something relevant in the historical archives. The original gas network had flood channels designed to divert water from the river in case of catastrophic pressure buildups or fires within the system. Flood controls, Batman repeated, the tactical implications immediately clear. Can they still be activated? The primary control would be at the River Junction station, approximately a quarter-mile east of your position, Alfred confirmed, but after the modernization in the 1950s, those channels were sealed off from the main waterway for safety reasons. Batman calculated rapidly. If he could reach the river junction and reopen those flood channels, the water would neutralize both the dispersal system and the accelerant before it could ignite. But that would mean leaving Firefly uncontained at the central junction, free to adjust his plans or trigger the system manually. As if reading his thoughts, Firefly called out from his hovering position. Trying to devise a way to flood the system, Batman? The river diversion was clever engineering for its time. That's why I sealed those channels permanently during my preparations last week. A drone zipped past Batman's position, depositing a small quantity of the crystalline accelerant on a nearby pipe junction before retreating beyond reach. Another followed, then another, each placing its volatile cargo at a structurally significant point in the chamber. The drones were creating a pattern, a familiar one. The Phoenix pattern, Batman realized. He's recreating it here, at the source. Fire is both the medium and the message, Firefly confirmed, directing his drones with subtle hand gestures. When this chamber ignites, the pattern will propagate through the network, emerging at key points throughout Old Gotham. A fiery phoenix rising across the city's skyline, visible from miles away. My greatest work. Batman needed to neutralize the immediate threat of the drones while developing a strategy for the larger dispersal system. The timer now showed less than 2 hours remaining. Not enough time to evacuate the affected areas of Old Gotham if the system activated as designed. The drones are networked, Oracle observed through the cowl. They're receiving commands from Firefly's helmet system. If you can disrupt that communication, Batman reached for a specialized EMP device, one designed for precision targeting rather than area effect. If he could disable Firefly's control system without triggering the accelerant, the drones would default to their basic programming, likely returning to their launch point for retrieval. Firefly seemed to anticipate the move. EMP won't work this time, he called out, his voice echoing through the chamber. The control system is magnetically shielded, another adaptation based on our previous encounters. Batman changed tactics, launching a smoke pellet toward the center of the chamber. The dense vapor wouldn't impair Firefly's visibility through his specialized helmet, but it would obscure the movements of the drones, potentially creating confusion in their coordination. As the smoke spread, Batman moved rapidly through the chamber's upper levels, targeting the structural supports that held the central dispersal mechanism in place. If he couldn't disable the device directly, perhaps he could isolate it from the main gas lines. With precise applications of explosive gel, Batman systematically weakened the structural supports connecting the central junction to the broader tunnel network. The controlled detonations wouldn't trigger the accelerant, but would create a separation between the dispersal mechanism and the gas lines leading to the rest of Gotham. Firefly recognized the strategy and responded with increasing desperation, directing his drones to intercept Batman while he himself targeted the remaining structural connections with intensifying flame attacks. The chamber became a chaos of fire, smoke, and the whirring of drone rotors as the two combatants executed their opposing strategies. "Sir," Alfred's urgent voice cut through the tactical focus. "I've been reviewing the city's emergency protocols. There's another option for containing the blast radius if the junction is compromised. The modern gas network has remote shut-off valves that could isolate the old Gotham grid. They would contain the fire to the immediate area around the junction, Batman acknowledged, dodging a particularly aggressive drone. But the accelerant would still ignite, potentially causing a localized explosion that could breach the surface. Current coordinates place you directly beneath the Robinson Park Central Plaza, Alfred confirmed. Relatively minimal civilian presence at this hour, and emergency services could establish a perimeter quickly. It wasn't an ideal solution, but it might be the only viable option if the dispersal system couldn't be fully neutralized. Batman made a rapid decision. Oracle, coordinate with GCFD. Get emergency personnel to Robinson Park. Evacuate anyone in the vicinity, but maintain a low profile. We don't want to alert Firefly to the contingency plan. On it, she confirmed. But Batman, if that accelerant ignites in a confined space with nowhere to disperse, the back pressure would be significant, he acknowledged grimly. I'm aware of the risk. Firefly had clearly detected the increase in communication and sensed a shift in Batman's strategy. Whatever you're planning won't work, he called out, genuine agitation now evident in his voice. The system is designed with multiple redundancies. Even if you isolate the junction, secondary ignition points throughout the network will still activate. Batman continued his methodical approach, ignoring Firefly's increasingly erratic flame attacks. 3 of the 4 main structural connections had been compromised. One more, and the central junction would be effectively isolated from the broader gas network. But as he placed the final charge, Batman noticed something concerning. The timer on the dispersal mechanism had accelerated dramatically. No longer counting down steadily, it now showed less than 15 minutes remaining. He's overridden the timer, Batman reported, accelerated the sequence. A desperate move, Alfred observed. He's sacrificing his carefully planned timing to ensure some version of his scheme succeeds. Firefly descended rapidly to the central platform, his flight system pushing to maximum output. If I can't have my grand design, I'll at least have this, he declared, manually adjusting controls on the dispersal mechanism. The Phoenix rises, even if only in microcosm. Batman detonated the final charge, the controlled explosion severing the last major connection between the junction chamber and the tunnel network. Simultaneously, the modern gas system's emergency protocols engaged, remote valves sealing off the grid surrounding Robinson Park. The accelerant would still ignite, but its effects would be contained to the junction chamber itself. Get out of there now, Oracle urged. The structural integrity is already compromised, and when that accelerant ignites... Not without securing Firefly, Batman replied, moving toward the central platform where Linz continued his manic adjustments to the dispersal mechanism. The timer now showed less than 5 minutes, barely enough time to neutralize the immediate threat and evacuate the chamber before detonation. Batman launched his grappling line toward a support beam above the central platform, swinging in a wide arc that brought him directly into Firefly's workspace. It's over, Linz, Batman stated as he landed with practiced precision on the edge of the platform. The network is isolated. The most you'll accomplish now is destroying this chamber. Firefly's helmet turned toward him, the amber lenses reflecting the dim emergency lights. You still don't understand, do you? Fire isn't just destruction, it's transformation. His hands continued moving across the control panel. Even contained, this blaze will be my masterpiece, the heart of the Phoenix. Batman moved forward to apprehend him, but Firefly triggered his flight system, rising several feet above the platform. The dispersal mechanism was now counting down from 3 minutes, its acceleration seemingly irreversible. "Sir," Alfred's voice came with urgency, "the thermal readings from that device are spiking dramatically. I believe Mr. Linz has modified the accelerant mixture to create an even more volatile reaction." Batman assessed the situation rapidly. Neutralizing the dispersal mechanism directly might trigger an immediate detonation. Pursuing Firefly would leave the device unattended during its final countdown. The chamber's structural integrity had already been compromised by their battle and the controlled explosions. "There is another way," Batman realized, his gaze falling on the ancient valve systems surrounding the central platform. The original engineers built these chambers to withstand industrial accidents. There must be emergency containment protocols besides the flood channels. "Indeed," Alfred confirmed, typing rapidly in the background. "According to the original schematics, the chamber has pressure release vents designed to channel explosive force upward, away from the tunnel network. Can they still function after 150 years? Oracle asked. "Only one way to find out," Batman replied, already moving toward the manual controls for the chamber's original safety systems. Firefly, recognizing the threat to his plan, directed his remaining drones to intercept Batman. "No," he shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The phoenix must rise, the symbol must be seen." Batman deflected the first drone with a precision batarang, dodging the second as he reached the ancient valve wheel that would activate the pressure release system. The mechanism had clearly not been maintained for decades, its components fused with corrosion and age. "The release system is seized," he reported, applying his full strength to the valve wheel. "Manual override isn't responding." "The auxiliary hydraulic system," Alfred suggested. "There should be a secondary activation panel designed for emergency use." Batman located the panel. An unassuming metal box recessed into the brick wall near the main valve controls. Inside was a simple mechanical lever, protected from accidental activation by a heavy metal housing. The timer now showed just over 1 minute remaining. Firefly had descended again to make final adjustments to the dispersal mechanism, his obsession with perfecting his masterpiece overriding even his self-preservation instincts. "I'm activating the pressure release system," Batman announced, pulling the emergency lever with significant force. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep groaning sound that resonated through the chamber's ancient bones, massive metal panels in the ceiling began to shift. "No!" Firefly shouted, abandoning his work on the dispersal mechanism to launch himself toward Batman. "You're ruining everything!" Batman evaded Firefly's desperate attack, using the pyromaniac's momentum against him. "The fire will still ignite," he stated calmly, "but it will follow the path of least resistance, up through the release vents, not outward through the gas network." Firefly's response was a howl of rage as he unleashed his remaining flame projector at full capacity. The jet of intense heat missed Batman, but struck a section of ancient pipework, causing the metal to glow red and begin to deform. Secondary fires ignited around the chamber as embers and superheated fragments scattered from the primary flame. 30 seconds, Oracle warned. "Batman, you need to evacuate now." The pressure release vents had fully opened, creating a vertical chimney from the junction chamber to a sealed access point beneath Robinson Park. The vents hadn't been maintained, but their basic function remained intact. They would channel the force of the explosion upward rather than outward. Batman turned to Firefly, who was now frantically trying to override the pressure vent system. "There's still time to get out, Linz. The accelerant is going to ignite whether you're here or not." For a moment, it seemed Firefly might actually heed the warning. His helmeted head turned from the dispersal mechanism to the exit tunnel, calculation evident even through the expressionless faceplate. Then his attention fixed on something beyond Batman's shoulder. A small drone, the last of his aerial devices, hovering near one of the pressure vents with its payload of crystalline accelerant still intact. "The Phoenix always rises," Firefly whispered, just loudly enough for Batman to hear. "From death comes rebirth." He triggered his flight system once more, shooting upward toward the open pressure vent, his remaining drone following in his wake. Batman launched his grappling line, the hook catching Firefly's ankle just as the timer reached 15 seconds. The sudden restraint caused Linz to spin in midair, his flight path disrupted. "Let me go," Firefly demanded, trying to burn through the grappling line with his remaining flame projector. "My work must be completed." "Your work ends here," Batman replied, using the line to pull Firefly away from the pressure vent and back toward the platform. 10 seconds remained on the dispersal mechanism's timer. With a desperate twist, Firefly managed to direct his drone toward the accelerant containers on the central platform. "If I can't have my Phoenix," he declared, "I'll have an inferno." Batman had seconds to make a decision. The drone was on a collision course with the main accelerant supply. If it struck, the resulting explosion would be catastrophic, potentially breaching even the isolated chamber. Maintaining his hold on Firefly would prevent him from intercepting the drone in time. 5 seconds, Oracle warned. Batman released the grappling line, immediately launching himself toward the approaching drone. A precisely thrown batarang struck the small aerial device just meters from its target, sending it spiraling off course. The drone crashed into the chamber wall, its small payload igniting in a brief but intense flash of heat and light. 2 seconds. Batman turned toward Firefly, who hovered near the pressure vent, seeming torn between escape and witnessing his creation's final moments. "Linz, there's no time." For just an instant, their eyes met across the chamber. Batman's determined and urgent, Firefly's visible only as reflections in his amber lenses. Then, the timer reached 0. The dispersal mechanism activated with an almost anticlimactic series of mechanical clicks. Clear fluid began to flow from its containers into the isolated junction pipes. For a brief moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the first crystals began to form where the fluid contacted the air, their structure catching and refracting the emergency lights in prismatic. "Fascinating," Alfred observed through the cowl. "The crystallization appears to create an exothermic reaction that builds toward ignition temperature." Batman was already moving, firing his grappling line toward the pressure vent. "Evacuating now. Firefly is still in the chamber." The crystals multiplied rapidly across the central platform, their formation accompanied by an increasing temperature that Batman could feel even at a distance. The air began to shimmer with heat distortion as the crystalline structures raced along every surface they touched, transforming the junction chamber into something that resembled a geode, growing in accelerated time. Batman reached the pressure vent just as the first crystals began to glow with an inner light. Looking back, he saw Firefly remaining in position, arms outstretched, as if embracing the approaching conflagration. "Garfield," Batman called out one last time. Firefly turned slowly, the amber lenses of his helmet reflecting the growing crystalline glow. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said, his voice filled with a pyromaniac's ecstasy. The moment of transformation. The crystals reached critical temperature, a wave of white-hot ignition sweeping across the chamber. Batman pulled himself up through the pressure vent as the conflagration erupted below, the specially designed chimney channel the explosive force upward. Even with the safety system functioning, the heat and pressure were intense, threatening to overwhelm him as he ascended. "Batman!" Oracle's voice crackled through interference caused by the explosion. "What's your status?" He didn't waste breath on a response, focusing every ounce of strength on continuing his upward climb through the vertical passage. The metal walls of the pressure vent glowed red with transferred heat, the air becoming almost impossible to breathe as the firestorm raged below. Finally, he reached the sealed access point beneath Robinson Park. The cover plate had already begun to buckle from the pressure building beneath it. Batman applied his explosive gel to the weakened sections, detonating it just as the pressure wave from below reached its peak. The explosion blasted the cover open, and Batman emerged into the cool night air of Robinson Park, rolling clear as a column of flame shot skyward from the opened vent. The firestorm had followed the path of least resistance exactly as predicted, channeling its fury into a vertical spire of fire that illuminated the park and surrounding buildings with an unearthly light. From a safe distance, Batman watched as the emergency protocols he'd helped implement unfolded. GCFD teams had established a perimeter, their equipment ready but intervention unnecessary as the isolated blaze burned itself out within the containment system. The column of flame gradually diminished, changing from white-hot intensity to a more ordinary red-orange, then to flickering yellow before finally subsiding altogether. "Fire contained," Oracle confirmed through his cowl. "GCFD reports no spread to surrounding structures. The dispersal system was successfully isolated." "And Firefly?" Alfred inquired. Batman gazed at the scorched access point, smoke still rising from the vent system. No sign of him. The temperature in the junction chamber would have exceeded even his suit's tolerances. "They didn't find a body last time either," Oracle reminded him. "I know." Batman's tone acknowledged the possibility, however remote, that Garfield Lynns might somehow have survived. "Have GCFD teams maintain the perimeter and inspect the chamber once it's cool enough to access safely." The night sky above Robinson Park still held a faint glow. Not from actual flames, but from the light pollution of the city reflecting off the lingering smoke. To someone watching from a distance, it might almost resemble the outline of a bird with wings outstretched, rising above the city skyline. Dawn found Bruce Wayne in the Batcave, reviewing the night's events while Alfred prepared a much-needed cup of tea. Multiple screens displayed analysis of the crystalline accelerant, structural assessments of the affected tunnel network, and preliminary reports from GCFD's inspection of the junction chamber. "No trace of human remains," Bruce noted, studying the fire marshal's initial findings. "The heat was intense enough to destroy nearly everything in the chamber, but they should have found something from his suit, components that would resist even those temperatures. Perhaps Mr. Lynns found another exit route not documented in the historical plans," Alfred suggested, placing the tea beside Bruce's workstation. "Or perhaps he truly did become one with his element, as it were." Bruce's expression remained troubled. His obsession with the phoenix symbolism, death and rebirth through fire. It's possible this was all elaborate suicide, his final transformation. "Or merely another disappearing act," Alfred countered. "I recall you mentioned his theatrical background. The man certainly had a flair for dramatic exits." Before Bruce could respond, one of the screens flashed with an incoming communication from Oracle. "You're going to want to see this," Barbara said as her image appeared. "Catherine Vale just published her expose on the fires. It went live 10 minutes ago on the Gazette's website. The article appeared on the main screen. Ashes of the Phoenix, How Batman Prevented a Firestorm in Old Gotham. The byline credited Catherine Vale, with a timestamp from early that morning. Somehow she had pieced together much of what had transpired beneath Robinson Park, including details about the old gas network and Firefly's planned chain reaction. How did she get this information? Bruce wondered, scanning the article. She couldn't have known about the junction chamber or the dispersal system. Unless she followed you there, Barbara suggested. She was at the Opera House investigation, remember? And she'd already connected the dots between the targeted buildings. Alfred leaned closer to read a particular passage. Interesting. She specifically mentions that the GCFD found no evidence of human remains, but quotes an anonymous source saying, "Fire doesn't necessarily destroy. Sometimes it transforms." Bruce's expression darkened. That sounds like something Linz would say. She may have interviewed him before last night. Or after, Barbara suggested quietly. The implication hung in the air for a moment before Bruce dismissed it with a slight shake of his head. Speculation without evidence. If Firefly survived, he'll resurface eventually. But perhaps with a new methodology, Alfred observed. Even arsonists can learn from failure, one would hope. Bruce turned his attention to another screen, where a molecular analysis of the crystalline accelerant was running. The formula is unlike anything we've encountered before. Military-grade components, but reconfigured in a way that suggests deep understanding of chemical engineering and fire dynamics. Garfield Linz was always more than just a pyromaniac, Barbara reminded them. His background in theatrical pyrotechnics gave him expertise that most arsonists lacked, and an artist's appreciation for symbolism and presentation, Alfred added. The Phoenix imagery wasn't random. It reflected his personal philosophy about destruction and rebirth. Bruce stood, stretching muscles that still carried the tension of the night's confrontation. Have the GCFD seal all access points to the old gas network. If any of Firefly's modifications remain intact, we need to ensure they can't be activated remotely or by a timer we haven't discovered yet. Already coordinating with Commissioner Gordon on that front, Barbara confirmed. They're bringing in specialists to inspect the entire historical infrastructure. As Bruce prepared to finally seek some rest, Alfred gestured to one final detail on the fire marshal's report. There is one curious note here, sir. Among the debris in the junction chamber, they found intact specimens of the crystalline residue, similar to what you collected at the previous fire sites, but in a more refined form. Bruce examined the images with renewed interest. The structure is different, more organized, almost architectural in its formation. Indeed, Alfred agreed. And if you look at the crystal growth pattern from above, the shape was subtle but unmistakable once identified. The outline of a bird with wings outstretched, rising from stylized flames. A phoenix, encoded in the very molecular structure of Firefly's creation. Even in apparent defeat, he managed to leave his signature, Bruce observed quietly. A sobering reminder, Alfred commented, that the most dangerous fires are often those that appear to be extinguished, only to smolder unseen until conditions are right for their return. The words lingered in Bruce's mind as he finally sought the rest his body demanded. Outside Wayne Manor, the sun continued its ascent over Gotham, its light catching on the distant windows of the city's towers. From certain angles, those reflections might resemble flames, not of destruction, but of illumination, revealing the ever-changing face of the city Batman had sworn to protect from threats both seen and unseen, both fiery and shadowed. In the days that followed, reconstruction crews worked to shore up the affected section of Robinson Park. The explosion had left a modest crater where the pressure vent had erupted, but compared to Firefly's intended devastation, the damage was minimal. Already, city planners were discussing how to incorporate the site into a memorial garden, not just for this averted disaster, but for all the historic fires that had shaped Gotham's evolution over the century. Catherine Vale's article had sparked renewed interest in the city's architectural heritage, with the Burnley Preservation Society receiving an anonymous donation to continue their work advocating for modern fire safety systems in historic buildings. The donors' only stipulation was that the funds be used to protect rather than transform, to preserve Gotham's unique character while making it more resilient. Bruce Wayne, observing these developments from both his penthouse office and his underground headquarters, found a certain symmetry in the outcome. Firefly had sought to force Gotham's rebirth through destructive flame, but instead had inadvertently catalyzed a more measured, thoughtful renewal. One that honored the past while securing the future. As night fell once more over the city, Batman began his patrol with heightened awareness of the ever-present tension between destruction and creation, between endings and beginnings. Like the mythical phoenix that had become Firefly's obsession, Gotham had risen from its own ashes countless times throughout its history. Not through cataclysmic conflagration, but through the determined efforts of those who believed in preservation as well as progress. The buildings he passed on his nightly rounds contained that history within their walls. Stories of collapse and rebuilding, of devastation and renewal. Each brick and beam, each cornerstone and spire represented not just architecture, but resilience. Gotham endured, despite the flames that periodically threatened to consume it, because enough people believed in fighting those fires rather than surrendering to their destructive allure. Batman's cape caught the wind as he leapt between rooftops, his silhouette momentarily resembling great wings spread against the night sky. Not the wings of a phoenix rising from fire, but of a bat embracing the protective darkness. A guardian who understood that some things must be preserved rather than purified, protected rather than transformed. In the eternal dance between fire and shadow, between destruction and protection, he had made his choice, and Gotham, in all its scarred and beautiful complexity, was safer for it. As the final embers of the Robinson Park incident cooled, Batman's vigil over Gotham continued uninterrupted. The city had narrowly escaped Firefly's vision of purifying flame, but the Dark Knight knew that danger in Gotham never truly disappeared. It merely changed form, emerging from different shadows with new faces and fresh terrors. In the weeks that followed, Bruce found himself drawn to rumors of a different kind of threat emerging in Gotham's elite circles. Not the spectacular, fiery destruction that Garfield Lynns had envisioned, but something more insidious. Whispers that slipped through the city's quietest corridors, secrets long buried being systematically unearthed and weaponized against their keepers. "Master Bruce," Alfred remarked one evening as he set down a cup of tea in the Batcave, "have you been following the curious case of Judge Harwood's sudden resignation?" Bruce glanced up from the chemical analysis he'd been reviewing. "The ethics investigation. It seemed straightforward enough. Financial improprieties coming to light." "Perhaps," Alfred replied, his tone suggesting otherwise. "But it's the third such revelation about a prominent Gotham figure in as many weeks. First, Dr. Meridian steps down from Gotham General, citing personal reasons. Then Councilman Fraser withdraws from the upcoming election after those photographs surfaced. And now Judge Harwood." Bruce leaned back in his chair, considering. "You think they're connected?" "I think," Alfred said carefully, "that these individuals share very little in common except for one curious detail. All three attended Gotham Preparatory Academy during the same 4-year period, as did you, sir." A familiar tension settled between Bruce's shoulders as he processed the implication. Someone was targeting his former classmates, methodically exposing secrets that had remained hidden for decades. Not with fire that announced itself with spectacle and heat, but with surgical precision that left no traces. No evidence of the hand that had turned these lives to ash. "There's something else," Alfred continued, placing a pristine white card on the desk beside Bruce's tea. "This arrived at the manor today. Hand-delivered, according to the security logs, though none of the cameras captured the messenger. The card bore no text, only an elegantly embossed design, the silhouette of a bandaged face, rendered in raised white ink that was nearly invisible against the cardstock's matching background. Bruce didn't need to touch it to know the quality was exceptional, the craftsmanship meticulous. "It seems, sir," Alfred said quietly, "that an old acquaintance wishes to resume your conversation." As Bruce studied the card, his mind already cataloguing the implications, the shadows of the Batcave seemed to deepen around him. From fireflies blazing chaos to this cold, calculating precision, Gotham's pendulum of threat swinging once again, from the inferno to the whisper, from the phoenix's spectacular rebirth to the hollow man's vengeful lament. Batman would be ready. He always was. The rain fell in gentle cascades across Gotham's skyline, each drop catching the amber glow of streetlights before disappearing into darkness. From his position atop Wayne Tower, Batman watched the city breathe beneath him, its inhabitants moving through the night like blood cells through veins, unaware of the disease slowly spreading among them. He had been tracking a pattern for weeks now, something elusive that prickled at the edges of his consciousness, but refused to take definitive shape. "Sir, there's been another one." Alfred's voice came through his cowl, measured and calm as always, though Bruce could detect the subtle tension underneath. "Where?" Batman asked, already moving toward the edge of the rooftop. "Bristol Heights. The victim was discovered by her housekeeper approximately 40 minutes ago. The police scanner indicates Detective Montoya is handling the scene personally." Batman fired his grappling hook toward an adjacent building. "Send me the exact address." "Already done, sir, and Master Bruce." Alfred paused, choosing his words carefully. "This victim shares the same surgical anomalies as the others." The Batmobile's tires whispered across rain-slick streets as Batman made his way to Bristol Heights, the wealthiest enclave of Gotham's already affluent northern districts. The neighborhood was a collection of stately homes set back from tree-lined roads, their manicured lawns and security gates creating the illusion of safety that wealth often promised but seldom delivered in Gotham. Police lights painted the night in alternating blue and red as he approached. Batman parked the Batmobile several blocks away, preferring to approach on foot. The victim's home, a sprawling Tudor revival mansion, was cordoned off with yellow tape, officers stationed at regular intervals around the perimeter. He found Detective Renee Montoya on the back terrace, her expression grim as she supervised the forensics team. She noticed his approach without surprise, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "I wondered how long before you showed up," she said quietly. "This makes 4 now." "4 that we know of," Batman replied. "Tell me what happened." Montoya led him inside, talking in low tones. "Victim is Helena Ravencroft, age 42, chairwoman of Ravencroft Pharmaceuticals and member of Gotham General Hospital's board of directors. Housekeeper found her this morning when she didn't come down for breakfast. They entered a spacious bedroom where the forensics team was carefully documenting the scene. The victim lay on her bed, positioned with an unnatural precision, hands folded over her abdomen, head centered on the pillow, but it was her face that demanded attention, or rather, what remained of it. Same as the others, Montoya confirmed. Face surgically removed with extraordinary precision. Emmy says the killer has medical training, possibly surgical specialization. Batman moved closer, examining the victim without touching her. The facial removal had been performed with meticulous care, leaving remarkably clean edges. This wasn't rushed work. The killer had taken their time, treating their grisly task as art. Time of death, he asked. Between midnight and 3 a.m., Montoya replied. Security system was disabled at 11:42 p.m., reactivated at 2:17 a.m. No signs of forced entry. Either the killer had the codes, or the victim let them in willingly. Batman's enhanced vision scanned the room, noting details invisible to others. Microscopic blood droplets in a pattern indicating the victim had been sedated first, not killed outright. Faint impression marks on the carpet suggesting medical equipment had been temporarily placed there. The killer had brought tools, created a sterile field, performed their macabre operation, and cleaned up after themselves. This was not impulsive violence. It was calculated, clinical. Any connection between the victims, he asked, though he had already been building his own web of relationships. Montoya handed him a tablet. All prominent Gotham citizens, Gerald Whitman, banking, Diana Mills, real estate development, Marcus Sullivan, technology, now Helena Ravencroft, pharmaceuticals. Different industries, but they all move in the same social circles. And they've all disappeared from those circles recently, Batman added, only to reappear changed in subtle ways. Montoya's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The victims' public appearances didn't stop after their deaths, Batman explained. Someone has been impersonating them, wearing prosthetics crafted from their own faces. The detective's expression shifted from confusion to horror as understanding dawned. You're saying someone is killing these people, taking their faces, and then becoming them? How is that even possible? With enough surgical skill and the right resources, very possible, Batman replied. I need access to the autopsy reports for all 4 victims. I'll have them sent to Gordon's office, Montoya agreed. But what's the end game here? Why replace Gotham's elites? Batman moved toward the window, gazing out at the city lights diffused by continuing rain. Control, influence, power. Someone is methodically positioning themselves at the center of Gotham's infrastructure, one face at a time. As he prepared to leave, Montoya called after him, There's something else. Each victim had a playing card left in their hand. Ace of diamonds, king of clubs, queen of hearts. Ravencroft had the jack of spades. Batman paused. They're building a royal flush, and they're still missing their final card. The Batcave's ambient sounds, water dripping from stalactites, the distant chittering of bats, the gentle hum of computers, created a soothing backdrop as Alfred and Bruce examined autopsy reports spread across multiple screens. The incisions are identical on all 4 victims, Alfred noted, highlighting areas on the digital images. Extraordinary precision. The surgical technique is consistent with reconstructive procedures used for severe facial trauma. Bruce leaned closer to the screen. There's something familiar about the technique. It reminds me of Dr. Thomas Eliot, Alfred finished for him. Yes, I had the same thought, sir. The name hung in the air between them, heavy with shared history and betrayal. Thomas Eliot, brilliant surgeon, childhood friend, and the man who would become the villain known as Hush, a master of disguise and psychological manipulation who knew Bruce Wayne perhaps better than anyone outside the cave. We haven't seen him in over a year, Bruce said, pulling up the last known intelligence on Elliot. Not since he tried to steal my identity. A pursuit he seems to have expanded, Alfred observed dryly, though why these particular individuals? Bruce brought up profiles of all 4 victims, arranging them alongside Gotham's organizational charts. Banking, real estate, technology, pharmaceuticals, key sectors of Gotham's economy. With puppets in these positions, someone could orchestrate a massive financial collapse. Or, he trailed off, seeing a new pattern emerge. Or they could approve and fund an unprecedented construction project, Bruce said, connecting lines between the victims on his display. Whitman's bank holds the city's municipal bonds. Mills Company owns half the undeveloped land in the East End. Sullivan's technology would be necessary for security systems, and Ravencroft Pharmaceuticals has patents on several compounds used in advanced building materials. Alfred studied the connections. What sort of construction project would require such elaborate preparation? I don't know yet, Bruce admitted. But there's another common thread. He highlighted a calendar entry appearing on all the victims' schedules. They were all planning to attend the Gotham Renewal Foundation Gala tomorrow night. As are you, sir, Alfred reminded him. It's been on your calendar for months. Bruce's expression darkened. The perfect opportunity to unveil whatever they've been planning, with all of Gotham's influences in one room. And perhaps to complete their royal flush, Alfred added grimly. If I may, sir, who would be the logical ace? The question settled between them with leaden weight. They both knew the answer. Bruce Wayne, Batman said, looking at his own face reflected in the computer screen. Controlling Wayne Enterprises would give them access to everything they need. Then we must assume you are the next target, Alfred said, his composed voice betraying only the slightest tremor of concern. Perhaps it would be prudent to miss this particular social engagement. Bruce shook his head. If I don't appear, they'll simply wait for another opportunity. Better to confront this on our terms. He turned to Alfred. We need to identify who's been impersonating the victims. They'll all be at the gala. How does one detect an imposter wearing someone else's face, sir? By looking beneath the surface, Bruce replied, already formulating a plan. I'll need Lucius to modify some equipment. The next morning found Bruce in Lucius Fox's private lab at Wayne Enterprises, explaining what he needed while carefully omitting certain details. Miniaturized thermal imaging that can detect subtle variations in facial temperature patterns, Lucius repeated, raising an eyebrow. Sounds like you're trying to spot high-end prosthetics, Mr. Wayne. Bruce gave him a measured smile. Just a precaution. There've been some concerning security breaches at recent social events. Lucius responded, clearly unconvinced, but professional enough not to press. And I suppose these prosthetics would need to fool retinal scanners and voice recognition systems as well. Potentially. Lucius began sketching designs on his tablet. Then you'll need more than thermal imaging. Modern prosthetics can regulate surface temperature. You'll want subsurface scanning capabilities, something that can detect the boundary between real skin and synthetic material. He looked up. This have anything to do with those society murders? Bruce maintained his casual demeanor. What makes you ask that? Because Helena Ravencroft's financial team contacted me this morning about a joint venture between Wayne Medical and Ravencroft Pharmaceuticals, Lucius said. A project she and I explicitly rejected 3 weeks ago. Whoever I spoke with wasn't aware of that decision. Could it have been a miscommunication? No, Lucius said firmly. We discussed it extensively. Either she had complete memory loss, or it wasn't her, Bruce finished. Lucius studied him carefully. Be cautious, Mr. Wayne. There are some very strange things happening in Gotham's boardrooms lately. Decisions being reversed, projects being approved with unusual speed, something systematic. Have you noticed any unusual financial patterns? Lucius pulled up several spreadsheets. As a matter of fact, yes. Large transfers moving through shell companies registered in the Caymans, all ultimately funding something called Project Renaissance. No details attached, just a budget that would make even you blink. Bruce memorized the account numbers. I need that scanning technology by tonight, Lucius. For the renewal gala? At Bruce's nod, Lucius's expression grew concerned. You think whoever's behind this will be there? I think they're already here, Bruce replied. They've just been wearing other people's faces. Back at the manor, Bruce found Alfred in the cave, studying medical records with intense concentration. I believe I've identified a potential witness, sir, Alfred said without preamble. Martin Chambers, admitted to Gotham General 3 weeks ago with severe facial lacerations. According to these records, he was found in an alley behind Sullivan Technologies, where the third victim worked. Bruce reviewed the file. The injuries are consistent with a partially completed facial removal. Indeed, sir, it appears our perpetrator was interrupted before they could finish their work. Mr. Chambers has been in a medically induced coma due to trauma, but his doctors began waking him yesterday. I need to speak with him, Bruce said. He might be the only person who's seen the killer's face. Gotham General's intensive care unit was quiet in the late afternoon, the staff changing shifts as Batman slipped through a service entrance. He'd studied the hospital's layout extensively, knowing which corridors would be empty, which security cameras to avoid. The Martin Chambers room was monitored by a single officer, standard procedure for victims of violent crime. Batman waited until the officer stepped away for coffee before entering through the window. Chambers lay still, connected to various monitoring equipment, his face heavily bandaged, but his eyes were open, staring at the ceiling with the unfocused gaze of someone still emerging from deep sedation. Martin, Batman said quietly, moving into his field of vision, I need to ask you about what happened. The man's eyes widened in recognition, then fear. He tried to speak, but his throat was too dry from intubation. Batman offered him a small sip of water. Took my face, Chambers finally whispered, reaching trembling fingers toward his bandages. Tried to. Who did it? Doctor, Chambers managed. Called himself Dorian. Batman leaned closer. What did he look like? Bandages, Chambers said, his breathing becoming labored. Face covered in bandages, but his eyes... I know those eyes. From where? Television. Newspaper. Chambers struggled to find the words. Famous doctor. The one who... separated twins. Conjoined. Batman's suspicions solidified into certainty. Thomas Elliot had been renowned for separating conjoined twins before his fall from grace. Before he became Hush. What is Project Renaissance? Batman asked. Chambers' eyes widened. How did you... What is it, Martin? What is Elliot planning? Underground, Chambers whispered. Building something. Underground. Uses the faces to... approve permits. Access restricted areas. His heart monitor began beeping faster. He said, perfect society. His design, beneath the city. A nurse's voice came from the hallway, responding to the elevated heart rate alarm. Batman needed to leave, but he had one final question. Where, Martin? Where is he building it? Old subway tunnels, Chambers gasped. Beneath the East End, he called it New Gotham. As the nurse entered, Batman vanished through the window. Chambers' words echoing in his mind. New Gotham, a hidden city beneath the existing one, designed and controlled by a man whose brilliance was matched only by his megalomania. Evening transformed Gotham, the city's jagged skyline softening under twilight's gentle touch. The Renewal Foundation Gala was being held in the restored Grand Concourse of Gotham Central Station, its Beaux-Arts architecture providing a dramatic backdrop for the city's elite to display their commitment to urban revival. Ironic, Bruce thought, considering what he now suspected was happening beneath their feet. He arrived deliberately late, allowing the thermal imaging contact lenses Lucius had provided time to calibrate as he scanned the crowd. The tiny devices transmitted data to Alfred at the cave, who monitored for anomalies that might indicate prosthetic faces. I'm seeing at least 3 potential matches, sir. Alfred's voice came through the nearly invisible earpiece. Mr. Sullivan by the east entrance, Miss Mills near the bar, and Miss Ravencroft speaking with the mayor. Bruce moved casually through the crowd, stopping to exchange pleasantries while studying each suspect. On the surface, they appeared completely normal, the same people he'd known through countless boardrooms and charity events, but the scanner revealed subtle inconsistencies. Tiny temperature differentials where prosthetic edges met real skin, microscopic seams hidden by makeup. They're good, Alfred, he murmured when no one was close enough to hear. If I hadn't been looking specifically for the signs, I'd never have noticed. One has to admire the craftsmanship, sir, however macabre the purpose. Bruce approached Sullivan first, engaging him in conversation about a technological partnership Bruce had proposed months earlier, a proposal the real Sullivan had flatly rejected. I've reconsidered your offer, Bruce, the imposter said smoothly. Your integration concepts have merit. We should move forward immediately. Glad to hear it, Bruce replied with a practiced smile. I'll have legal draw up the paperwork. He casually touched Sullivan's wrist as they shook hands, a specialized sensor in his cufflink reading pulse and blood chemistry. Though I was under the impression you had concerns about patent overlap. Minor issues, the false Sullivan assured him, easily resolved. As Bruce moved away, Alfred confirmed what he already suspected. Elevated cortisol levels and micro-expressions consistent with deception, sir. Definitely not the real Marcus Sullivan. Bruce moved methodically through the party, confirming that all 3 of his initial suspects were indeed imposters. Each interaction revealed the same pattern. They agreed too readily with his proposals, lacking the genuine knowledge of past interactions that the real people would possess. Has the final card appeared yet, sir? Alfred asked as Bruce paused near a refreshment table. Not yet, but... Bruce stopped mid-sentence as a familiar figure entered the gala. A man he knew all too well, wearing an impeccably tailored suit and a face wrapped in surgical bandages. He's here, Alfred. Elliot just walked in. Thomas Elliot moved through the crowd with confident ease, the bandages covering his face, drawing curious glances but little genuine concern in a city as peculiar as Gotham. His cover story, a recent cosmetic procedure requiring protection, was accepted without question by the socialites around him. Sir, I strongly advise caution, Alfred warned. Dr. Elliot would not expose himself so openly without significant preparation. Agreed, Bruce murmured. He wants me to see him. He's setting a stage. As if hearing his thoughts, Elliot turned and looked directly at Bruce across the room. Even with most of his face concealed, his eyes conveyed a clear message. The game had begun. Bruce made his way toward Elliot, but the crowd seemed to shift deliberately between them. Each time Bruce changed course, the room's flow adjusted, keeping them apart. Not coincidence, Bruce realized, but choreography. The imposters were working in concert, subtly maneuvering the attendee. "Mr. Wayne," a voice called, and Bruce turned to find Commissioner Gordon at his elbow. "Didn't expect to see you here tonight." "Jim," Bruce acknowledged with genuine warmth, "keeping an eye on Gotham's elite." Gordon lowered his voice. 4 of Gotham's most prominent citizens murdered, and suddenly people claiming to be them are making major decisions affecting the city. Thought I should see for myself. Noticed anything unusual? Besides the fact that Helena Ravencroft just approved a pharmaceutical protocol she spent 2 years fighting against. Gordon took a sip of his drink. The mayors signed off on a massive subterranean construction project without council approval, called it essential infrastructure, bypassed all the normal channels. Bruce's gaze drifted back to where he'd last seen Elliot, but the bandaged figure had vanished. What kind of infrastructure? That's the thing. The plans are classified. Something about research facilities beneath the East End, connected to the old subway system. Gordon's expression tightened. Sound familiar? Eerily so, Bruce agreed. Almost like someone's building their own private version of Gotham underground. Exactly what I was thinking. Gordon set down his glass. Strange times when I'm having conversations like this at fancy parties instead of rooftops. A sudden commotion near the central staircase drew their attention. Thomas Elliot stood on the landing, tapping a knife against a crystal glass to call for silence. The crowd gradually quieted, turning toward the bandaged figure with curious expressions. "Ladies and gentlemen of Gotham," Elliot announced, his voice carrying effortlessly through the space. "I want to thank you all for your unwitting participation in tonight's entertainment." Confused murmurs rippled through the gathering. "Perhaps I should introduce myself properly," Elliot continued, beginning to unwrap the bandages covering his face. "Some of you knew me as Dr. Thomas Elliot, others by a name whispered in Gotham's shadows." As the last bandage fell away, collective gasps rose from the crowd. The face revealed was not Elliot's, but Bruce Wayne's, a perfect replica, down to the smallest detail. "Tonight marks the beginning of a new chapter for Gotham," the false Bruce announced. "A renaissance built on the understanding that identity is fluid, that with the right face, anyone can become someone else." His gaze found the real Bruce in the crowd. "Even you." Bruce felt Gordon tense beside him, hand moving subtly toward his concealed weapon. "What the hell is this, Wayne?" the commissioner muttered. "Not what it appears," Bruce replied quietly, already calculating his options. The exits were likely covered by Elliot's people, and creating a panic would only endanger civilians. He needed to isolate Elliot. The imposter continued his speech, outlining a vision of necessary change for Gotham. A city redesigned according to his specifications, beginning with the underground complex being constructed beneath them. As he spoke, Bruce noticed the other imposters moving into predetermined positions around the room, creating a perimeter. "Sir," Alfred's urgent voice came through his earpiece. "I'm detecting movement in the service corridors, armed individuals taking up positions." Bruce had suspected something like this. Elliot wouldn't arrange such an elaborate reveal without ensuring he controlled the situation. "How many?" "At least 12, sir, and they appear to be wearing GCPD tactical gear." Gordon's radio crackled. After listening briefly, his expression darkened. "Someone just called in a terrorist threat at the gala. SWAT's mobilizing." "Not SWAT," Bruce said grimly. "Elliot's people, using police identification." From his position on the landing, the false Bruce spread his arms in a gesture of magnanimous welcome. "For those of you who embrace the future I'm offering, there will be a place in New Gotham. For those who resist," he smiled, an expression Bruce recognized as an imitation of his own public persona, yet twisted by something cold underneath. "Well," the first of Elliot's disguised operatives entered through the main doors, tactical gear and weapons creating immediate panic among the attendees. Bruce used the chaos to disappear, slipping through a service door toward a maintenance area, where he had secreted a scaled-down version of his equipment earlier in the day. As screams and confusion erupted behind him, Bruce moved with practiced efficiency, retrieving the reinforced case hidden behind a ventilation panel. Within minutes, he had shed Bruce Wayne's formal attire and emerged as Batman, a transition he had performed countless times, yet one that felt particularly significant tonight. Somewhere in the building, someone was wearing his face, claiming his identity. The lines between Bruce Wayne and Batman, always carefully maintained, had never felt so crucial. Batman moved through maintenance corridors, reaching a position overlooking the main hall. Elliot's team had efficiently corralled the guests into the center of the room, while the false Bruce continued addressing them with cold authority. "Consider this a changing of the guard," Elliot was saying. "Gotham's elite have failed this city for generations. My new Gotham will be built on more precise principles, surgical in its approach to the disease that infects these streets." Batman counted 14 operatives, all carrying military-grade weapons and moving with professional discipline. Not common thugs, but trained mercenaries. Taking them head-on would endanger too many civilians. "Alfred," he sub-vocalized, "I need a distraction. Can you trigger the emergency systems remotely?" "Working on it, sir. Their security override has locked me out of most functions, but the older mechanical systems might still respond." Batman spotted Gordon across the room, surreptitiously coordinating with plainclothes officers scattered among the guests. The commissioner caught his eye briefly, giving an almost imperceptible nod. They needed to coordinate their response. "Sir, I've accessed the original pneumatic delivery system," Alfred reported. "It runs beneath the main floor. The noise should provide approximately 7 seconds of distraction." "On my mark," Batman instructed, positioning himself above a cluster of Elliot's operatives. 3, 2, 1, now. A tremendous rumbling erupted beneath the floor as the century-old pneumatic tubes, once used to transport mail throughout the station, suddenly pressurized. The unexpected noise startled both captors and captives, creating the moment of confusion Batman needed. He descended from the rafters in a controlled drop, taking down 2 operatives before they could react. Across the room, Gordon and his officers moved simultaneously, disarming 3 more. The guests scattered toward exits, reducing the risk of collateral casualty. Elliot, still wearing Bruce Wayne's face, backed away from the chaos, flanked by 2 guards. His expression showed neither surprise nor concern, but rather satisfied expectation. "Right on cue," the imposter said, just loudly enough for Batman to hear across the thinning crowd. "Always so predictable in your heroics." Batman disabled another operative with a precisely thrown batarang before responding. "This ends now, Elliot." The false Bruce smiled with unnerving familiarity. "On the contrary, this is merely the overture." He gestured toward the floor beneath them. "The real performance is happening below." A thunderous explosion rocked the building, sending tremors through the grand concourse. Plaster rained from ornate ceilings as guests screamed and fled toward exits. Another blast followed, more distant but powerful enough to crack the marble floor. "What have you done?" Batman demanded, advancing toward Elliot, despite the continuing chaos. "Created my foundation," Elliot replied calmly. "The first connecting points between old Gotham and new. By morning, the transition will be irreversible." He backed toward a service entrance, his guards raising weapons. You can save them, or you can chase me. Choose quickly, Batman." As if punctuating his words, a third explosion caused a massive fissure to open in the floor, several civilians teetering at its edge. Batman reacted instantly, firing a grappling line to catch a woman as she fell, while simultaneously throwing impact-dampening foam pellets toward others in danger. Elliot used the distraction to escape through the service door, his guards providing covering fire to discourage pursuit. Batman was forced to prioritize civilian safety, working with Gordon to evacuate the remaining guests as portions of the floor continued to give way. "The entire foundation is compromised," Gordon shouted over the noise of creaking support beams. "Feels like they've been weakening it for weeks." "They have been," Batman confirmed, helping an elderly man toward the exit. "Elliot's been building something underneath, using his imposters to approve permits and access." Gordon's radio crackled with emergency reports. "It's not just here. We're getting calls about sinkholes opening across the East End. Whatever he's building, it's massive." With the last civilian safely evacuated, Batman turned his attention to pursuit. "I need to find where Elliot went. His project connects to the old subway tunnels. There's a maintenance access point in the basement level," Gordon said, "used to connect the station to utility corridors running parallel to the subway." Batman moved quickly through the deteriorating building, descending to the basement as aftershocks from the explosions continued to reverberate through the structure. The maintenance access Gordon had mentioned was already open, its heavy door forced from its hinges. "Alfred," he sub-vocalized, "I am entering the tunnel system beneath the station. Can you map potential routes based on the structural weaknesses reported across the East End?" "Already working on it, sir," Alfred replied. "The pattern suggests they're creating a hub-and-spoke network centered approximately 1 mile northeast of your position, sending coordinates to your cowl display." The utility corridor stretched ahead in darkness, illuminated only by Batman's cowl lenses. He moved swiftly but cautiously, aware that Elliot would have anticipated pursuit and prepared accordingly. The air grew thicker with concrete dust and the smell of freshly exposed earth as he progressed. After several hundred yards, the original tunnel opened into a much larger space, one that had clearly been under construction for months. Massive support columns had been installed to hold up Gotham's streets, while an entirely new infrastructure took shape below. Prefabricated walls created a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, some already outfitted with equipment Batman recognized from Wayne Medical's research division. "He's building a parallel city," Batman murmured, documenting the sprawling complex with his cowl's recording system. "A Gotham designed to his specification, with access points that would allow his people to move freely between the surface and this shadow city," Alfred added. "The perfect infrastructure for complete infiltration." Batman continued deeper into the complex, following signs of recent passage. The construction grew more finished as he progressed, transitioning from raw excavation to completed spaces with functioning utilities and sophisticated technology. He finally emerged into what appeared to be a control center, a circular chamber with multiple workstations surrounding a central holographic display, currently showing a 3-dimensional map of Gotham's underground. Red points pulsed across the display, marking what Batman assumed were completed access points between the surface and Elliot's hidden domain. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Elliot's voice came from behind him. "A city beneath the city, pure in its design, uncompromised by the centuries of poor planning that made Gotham the cesspool it is today." Batman turned to find the false Bruce Wayne standing in an arched entryway, still immaculately dressed despite the evening's chaos, his expression one of genuine pride. "You've killed people for this," Batman said. stolen their identities to create your playground. I've improved upon flawed specimens, Elliot corrected, given purpose to lives that were being wasted on philanthropy and compromise. He gestured to the holographic display. This is surgery on a civic scale, cutting away the diseased tissue of Gotham and replacing it with something perfected. You're not a surgeon anymore, Elliot. You're a murderer. I'm a visionary, Elliot insisted, circling the display to stand opposite Batman. And after tonight, I'll be Bruce Wayne as well, permanently. The final piece in my royal flush. You think wearing my face makes you Bruce Wayne? Batman asked. Elliot smiled, an expression that looked wrong despite the perfect replication of Bruce's features. I've spent years studying you, Bruce. Your mannerisms, your voice, your decision-making patterns. I know you better than you know yourself. Once you're gone, no one will question the transition. Except those who truly know me, Batman countered. Alfred, Gordon, the people who see beyond the face. Unfortunate casualties in the renovation, Elliot shrugged. Every transformation requires sacrifice. And what happens to Gotham while you're playing dress-up in Wayne Manor? Elliot's expression hardened. It gets the leader it deserves, someone who understands that sentimentality is a disease, that true progress requires precision cuts, not bandages over festering wounds. As he spoke, Batman noticed movement in the shadows behind him, more of Elliot's operatives taking position. A confrontation here, surrounded by enemies and unstable excavation, would be dangerous. He needed to draw Elliot away from his support structure. Your surgical metaphors are getting tiresome, Thomas, Batman said, deliberately using Elliot's first name, a reminder of the identity he had abandoned. If you want to be Bruce Wayne so badly, why hide in the shadows? Why not face me directly? Prove you're the better man. Anger flashed across the false Bruce's face, a crack in Elliot's carefully maintained facade. Always so arrogant. Even as children you thought yourself superior, born to privilege, heir to the Wayne legacy, while I had to... He stopped himself, regaining composure. No, I won't give you the satisfaction of emotional outbursts. That's your weakness, not mine. Then prove it, Batman challenged. One-on-one. If you're truly ready to replace me, show me. Elliot studied him for a moment, then nodded to his hidden operatives. Stand down. The detective wants a demonstration. He removed his suit jacket, rolling up the sleeves of his dress shirt. Let's see if all your training measures up to medical precision. Batman moved away from the central platform, drawing Elliot toward a section of the chamber where stalactites hung from the partially excavated ceiling. Natural features Elliot's architects had incorporated into their design, but which provided tactical advantages Batman had already calculated. No gadgets, Elliot stipulated as they circled each other. No tricks, just skill against skill. Agreed, Batman said, though he had no intention of honoring a fair fight with a man who had murdered innocents to steal their faces. Elliot attacked with surprising speed, his movements displaying formal martial arts training, likely acquired during his years away from Gotham. Batman deflected the initial strikes, gauging his opponent's style and weaknesses. I studied with masters across Asia, Elliot said, as if reading Batman's assessment. While wearing your face, of course. They thought they were training Bruce Wayne. Then you learned the forms, but not the philosophy, Batman replied, countering with a technique that tested Elliot's adaptability. The surgeon responded well, but predictably, following patterns rather than intuiting flow. They exchanged techniques in the dim light of the underground chamber, Elliot's precision matching Batman's strength. But as the confrontation continued, differences emerged. Elliot fought with clinical detachment, each move calculated and efficient. Batman moved with the intuitive awareness of someone who had faced countless unpredictable situations, his techniques alive rather than memorized. "You mirror well," Batman observed, blocking a complex combination. "But you don't understand what you're copying." Elliot's expression tightened with frustration. "I understand better than you think." He changed tactics, attempting to target nerve clusters with surgeon's accuracy. "I know every weakness of the human body, every pressure point, every vulnerable juncture." "Knowledge isn't understanding," Batman countered, using Elliot's aggression to maneuver him toward the natural limestone formations. "You know the body, but not the spirit that drives it." "Poetic nonsense," Elliot scoffed, pressing his attack. "The brain is just electrical impulses. Identity is just chemical reactions. Everything that makes you Bruce Wayne can be replicated with sufficient study." Batman allowed Elliot to back him against a column, seeming to yield ground. "Then why go to such lengths to replace me? If identity is so easily replicated, why not create your own instead of stealing mine?" The question struck a nerve. Elliot launched a flurry of precisely targeted strikes, his technique perfect, but his emotional control fracturing. "Because you had everything handed to you, everything I had to work for, everything I sacrificed for, you received as birthright." Batman deflected the attacks, watching as Elliot's carefully constructed persona began to crumble. "This isn't about Gotham, it's about your obsession, your inability to build an identity that isn't defined by someone else." "Enough," Elliot snarled, the expression looking alien on Bruce Wayne's copied features. "I don't need your approval. After tonight, I'll have your life, your resources, your legacy. I'll reshape Gotham above and below ground, and no one will remember you were ever more than a footnote in the Wayne family history." As Elliot pressed forward, Batman triggered a small sonic emitter in his gauntlet, the sound waves precisely calibrated to resonate with the limestone formations above them. Tiny fragments began raining down as the stalactites vibrated with increasing intensity. Elliot noticed too late. A larger piece broke free, forcing him to dodge backward. Batman used the distraction to change positions, now maneuvering Elliot toward the chamber's center, where the holographic display projected Gotham's underground network. "Your plan has a fundamental flaw, Thomas," Batman said as they continued their deadly dance. "You studied Bruce Wayne the socialite, Bruce Wayne the businessman, but you never understood what drives him." "Save your psychoanalysis," Elliot snapped, attempting to regain control of the confrontation. "I know exactly what drives you. The same pathetic trauma you've never overcome. Poor little Bruce, forever fighting a war he can't win because of one bad night in an alley." Batman allowed the taunt to pass unanswered, focusing instead on positioning. He needed Elliot centered beneath the largest stalactite formation, now vibrating visibly from the sonic resonance. "You see," Elliot continued, mistaking Batman's silence for vulnerability, "that's the difference between us. You're still that frightened child hiding behind masks and symbols. I've transformed myself through sheer will and surgical excellence. I've become something new." "No," Batman replied calmly. "You've become nothing but a hollow replica, a man without a face of his own." With deliberate timing, Batman triggered a stronger pulse from the sonic emitter. The limestone formation directly above Elliot groaned with structural stress. Elliot's eyes widened with sudden understanding. He lunged sideways as the stalactite broke free, but Batman had anticipated his movement. A precisely thrown batarang sliced through the prosthetic mask covering Elliot's face just as he dodged the falling rock. The false face peeled away partially, revealing the true visage beneath. A patchwork of surgical scars and grafted tissue, neither fully Thomas Elliot nor successfully Bruce Wayne. A man caught between identities, his obsession literally written across his features. "No!" Elliot cried, one hand flying up to cover the exposed portion of his face. "You've ruined everything!" Batman advanced steadily. "It's over, Thomas. Your imposters have been identified. Gordon is already rounding them up. This underground complex will be sealed. It's never over." Elliot snarled, backing toward a control panel. "New Gotham already exists. The connections are established. Even if you stop me tonight, the infrastructure remains." "Then we'll dismantle it," Batman promised. "Piece by piece if necessary." Elliot's hand found a sequence of controls. "Not before I remove the greatest obstacle to progress." He initiated a command, and the chamber's supports began retracting with hydraulic hisses. "If I can't have Gotham my way, you won't have it at all." The ceiling groaned as its supports withdrew, decades of compressed earth and stone threatening to collapse. Batman calculated they had less than 2 minutes before catastrophic structural failure would bury them both and potentially destabilize blocks of the city above. "You're willing to die just to kill me?" Batman asked, already accessing the control systems through his gauntlet computer. "I'm willing to sacrifice anything for transformation," Elliot replied, his damaged prosthetic face lending a grotesque quality to his smile. "That's what you never understood about surgery, Bruce. Sometimes you must cut away healthy tissue to remove a tumor completely." Batman's fingers worked rapidly, attempting to override the collapse sequence. "Alfred," he sub-vocalized. "Emergency protocol. Send coordinates to Gordon. The surface structures above this position need immediate evacuation." "Already in progress, sir," Alfred replied, his voice steady despite the circumstances. "There's an alternative exit tunnel approximately 30 meters to your east. It should lead to the old subway maintenance shafts." Batman glanced toward the indicated direction, calculating whether he could force Elliot to accompany him. The surgeon seemed to read his intention. "Don't bother," Elliot said, backing toward a different exit. "This isn't our final confrontation, merely an intermission. There will always be another face to wear, another identity to assume." He touched the damaged prosthetic covering half his features. "Even yours, eventually." As Elliot disappeared through a narrow passage, Batman was forced to make a tactical decision. Pursuing Elliot would mean allowing the chamber to collapse, potentially causing casualties above. Stabilizing the structural failure would mean letting Elliot escape. The choice was clear. Batman returned to the control panel, working quickly to reactivate the support systems. He couldn't fully reverse the damage, but he could slow the collapse enough to ensure safe evacuation of the streets above. "Alfred, I need schematics of the support structure," he requested, fingers moving across the controls. "Sending them now, sir. May I ask about Dr. Elliot?" "He's gone. For now." Batman focused on stabilizing key structural points, but his network will unravel without him coordinating it. The imposters can't maintain their charade under scrutiny. As Batman worked, he could hear distant sounds of Elliot's retreat echoing through the tunnels. Part of him wanted to pursue, to end the threat permanently, but protecting innocent lives would always take precedence over personal vendettas. It was this principle, more than any face or name, that defined the difference between him and Thomas Elliot. The chamber stabilized temporarily, steel supports locking back into place with mechanical precision. Batman initiated a controlled shutdown of Elliot's systems, ensuring that the underground complex couldn't be remotely activated. Then he made his way toward the maintenance shaft Alfred had identified, moving swiftly through narrowing tunnels, as dust and small debris continued to fall around him. He emerged several blocks away in an abandoned subway station that had been closed for decades. Above, he could hear sirens as emergency services responded to the tremors caused by Elliot's attempted sabotage. But the catastrophic collapse had been prevented, giving authorities time to secure the area properly. Dawn was breaking as Batman returned to the cave, the first pale light of morning painting Gotham's skyline with gentle promise. Alfred was waiting in the cave's main chamber, his customary composure only slightly strained by the night's events. "Master Bruce," he acknowledged, helping Batman remove the cowl. "Commissioner Gordon reports that all of Dr. Elliot's imposters have been apprehended. Quite a shock for the society pages, Gotham's elite being arrested while wearing other people's faces." Bruce moved to the computer array, bringing up security footage from the gala. "And the underground complex?" "Being surveyed by structural engineers with Wayne Enterprises' assistance. Mr. Fox is personally overseeing the assessment." Alfred paused, studying Bruce carefully. "He escaped then?" "Dr. Elliot?" "Yes." Bruce examined the damaged prosthetic face Batman had retrieved, now laid out on an examination table. "But without his network of imposters, his plan collapses. For now." Alfred's expression remained concerned. "He'll try again, sir. His obsession with assuming your identity seems pathological." "'Cause it is." Bruce turned away from the table, facing the cave's darkened recesses. "Elliot doesn't understand what he's trying to steal. He sees Bruce Wayne as a collection of privileges and resources, a face to wear, a name to use. He doesn't grasp that identity isn't something you can surgically transplant." "Indeed, sir." Alfred moved to stand beside him, his presence as steadying as always. "Identity is shaped by choices, by principles maintained even when they come at great personal cost." Bruce nodded, feeling the weight of the night's confrontation. "Elliot wants to be me without understanding what drives me. He sees the mansion, the company, the social position, but not the purpose behind them. A purpose he could never replicate, regardless of his surgical skill," Alfred agreed. He carefully began treating a laceration on Bruce's arm, his movements precise and practiced. Though, I must admit, his prosthetic work was remarkable from a technical perspective. "Had you not been specifically looking for the signs, I might not have noticed," Bruce conceded. "But you would have, Alfred. No matter how perfect the disguise, you would have recognized an imposter." "Without question, sir." Alfred's certainty was absolute, because knowing someone extends far deeper than recognizing their face. It's understanding the soul beneath the surface, a thing no surgeon, however skilled, could ever replicate. The observation lingered between them as Alfred finished treating Bruce's injuries. In the quiet of the cave, with the night's crisis temporarily resolved, Bruce found himself reflecting on Elliot's fundamental misunderstanding, the belief that identity could be reduced to appearance, to surface characteristics that could be copied and worn like a mask. "Get some rest, Master Bruce," Alfred suggested gently. "Gotham will still be here when you wake, requiring both her defenders." Bruce nodded, suddenly aware of his exhaustion. "Monitor the GCPD channels. If there's any sign of Elliot, you'll be the first to know," Alfred promised. "Though I suspect even Dr. Elliot requires time to lick his wounds and formulate a new approach." As Bruce made his way upstairs to the manor, he paused in the study, catching his reflection in an antique mirror. The face looking back was his own, lined with fatigue and bearing the subtle marks of countless battles. Not a perfect face, not one that would grace magazine covers without the calculated charm Bruce Wayne affected in public, but authentically his. Each scar and line earned through choices made and principles upheld. Elliot could steal his appearance, his name, even temporarily his position in Gotham's hierarchy, but he could never truly become Bruce Wayne, because identity wasn't something found in surgical precision or perfect mimicry. It existed in the space between masks, in the choices made when no one was watching, in the principles maintained when compromise would be easier. In his pursuit of faces that weren't his own, Thomas Elliot had lost the most fundamental understanding of identity, that it couldn't be stolen or surgically transferred. It could only be built, choice by choice, sacrifice by sacrifice, through years of consistent action guided by unwavering principle. Bruce turned away from the mirror, leaving the study behind as he ascended the manor's grand staircase. Morning light filtered through ancient windows, casting long shadows across ancestral portraits, generations of Waynes whose legacy Bruce carried not as entitlement, but as responsibility. A responsibility Thomas Elliot would never comprehend, regardless of how perfectly he might copy the face of the man who bore it. In the days that followed, Gotham gradually returned to its version of normalcy. The underground complex Elliot had built was systematically mapped and secured, its entrances sealed under Wayne Enterprises' supervision. The imposters were identified and their victims properly mourned, families finding closure after weeks of disturbing uncertainty. Bruce maintained a careful public presence, allowing himself to be seen in contexts where his identity could be verified beyond question. He visited hospitals where survivors were recovering, attended memorial services for those who hadn't survived Elliot's obsession, and worked with Gordon to ensure no traces of the new Gotham network remained operational. 2 weeks after the confrontation beneath Gotham's Central Station, as Bruce was reviewing reconstruction contracts in the manor's study, Alfred entered with afternoon tea in an envelope. "This arrived by special courier, sir," Alfred said, placing the envelope on the desk. "Hand-delivered to the gate, no return address." Bruce examined the envelope without touching it. Heavy cream stationery, his name written in elegant calligraphy. Scan it. Alfred had already done so. No chemical or biological agents detected, just paper and ink. Carefully, Bruce opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of matching stationery containing one handwritten sentence. "Identities are built, not borrowed. Until our next surgical consultation. T.T." Bruce set the note aside, unsurprised by its arrival, yet troubled by its implications. Elliot remained free, still obsessed, still a threat to resurface when least expected. "He's acknowledging the lesson while promising to return," Bruce observed. Classic Elliot, unable to admit defeat, yet compelled to demonstrate his intellectual understanding. "Shall I alert Commissioner Gordon, sir?" Alfred asked, studying the note with careful attention. Bruce considered, then shook his head. "Not yet. This is personal communication, not an imminent threat. He's regrouping, planning his next approach. And when that approach comes," Alfred's concern was evident though restrained. Bruce turned to the window, watching as evening shadows lengthened across the manor grounds. "We'll be ready, because that's the difference between us and Elliot. He plays at identities, wears them like costumes. We live ours, every day, in every choice we make." The certainty in his voice seemed to reassure Alfred, who nodded slightly before withdrawing to attend to other duties. Bruce remained at the window, watching darkness gradually claim the landscape as day yielded to evening. Somewhere out there, Thomas Elliot was crafting a new identity, perhaps a new face to wear. But Bruce knew with absolute certainty that no matter what disguise Elliot might don, no matter how perfect his surgical precision might become, there would always be one insurmountable obstacle to his obsession. The immutable truth that faces could be copied, but souls had to be forged through action and principle. As night settled fully over Gotham, Bruce moved away from the window, leaving Elliot's note on the desk as he descended to the cave. Tonight, as every night, Batman would emerge to protect the city, not because of a face or a name, but because of choices made long ago and reaffirmed with each sunset. This was the truth Elliot could never surgically replicate, the essence no prosthetic could ever capture. In the hollow man's lament, there lay a lesson even Bruce Wayne could appreciate, that identity, true identity, resided not in the face one presented to the world, but in the soul that lay beneath all masks, even those necessary to protect a city that existed equally in shadow and light. As Batman emerged into Gotham's evening air, that understanding settled around him like the cape he wore, not a burden, but a certainty, grounding him in a truth that neither Thomas Elliot nor any other adversary could ever truly comprehend or corrupt. In this knowledge lay not just purpose, but peace, the quiet certainty that some things, once built through years of conscious choice and sacrifice, could never be stolen, only earned. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.